Alright, hello everyone. Time to lock in, get ready for the hype. Hello. What's happening? Now for the hardest part, waiting. Sunset is hanging out in the stream chats at the moment, but she's raid testing. It's fun that we had raid testing and Yui hype aura, hype moments at aura happening at the same time. But I guess that's the advantage of being like a two-person team, so we can split our efforts up a little bit. It would be nice if they had the decency to stagger themselves a little bit. That's right, Ola. 8 minutes of waiting, I can handle. I've already waited this long. I can take another 8 minutes. Hello. I don't know. Nightbot gets some crazy ideas sometimes. Alright, 6 minutes to the dance. Let's see here. I have my bingo board from before. I don't know how much I actually believe all of this stuff's gonna be in there. What's up, Grasper? Yeah, I was running a little behind schedule today, I'm gonna be honest. I was all prepared, everything was going well already. And then I realized it was an hour ahead of schedule. And boy, that'll really shift things into gear. Kind of get you running around like your hair is on fire. But yeah, this is what we had before. I don't know how much I believe all of this. I had a couple of other honorable mentions that I had like meant to write up, and then at this point I've kind of forgotten them. I feel like tablets being gone is like a real possibility. Yeah, The stupid daylight savings time shift really, like, shifts everything forward an hour, and you just forget about that. Like, half of the leagues come out about an hour ahead of the others. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like you made it right on time. Fingers crossed internet's good today. I mean, obviously the main thing is just like Deli Fog. Please die. Please, I beg you to die. I hope this doesn't happen. I hope Ghost Dance doesn't get nerfed. Yeah, I mean, a full mapping rework would not be bad. Like, I have made do with the Atlas system as it exists, but it's not like I'm a huge fan. No one's a huge fan of the current Infinite Atlas, right? It's basically Delve. It's horizontal Delve. We definitely will be doing more builds on UE, Vault, and Mobalytics. We do have a leveling build up for Pathfinder that just went up this morning, actually. This one right here. And they're linked together nicely. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there is so much that needs to be, I mean, we're streaming the official announcement here, and then after that, do probably a dramatic patch notes reading. And then we'll go from there. Thanks for hanging out, Ashman. We are doing well. I'm here today. Sunset is in the chat, but she is raid testing, because those are happening concurrently. Yeah, I'll get this bingo board out of here in a minute or so. A search function would be nice. A, what's it called? Like a mini-map would be nice, but it's like if you're having to have a mini-map for your overworld map, I don't know, maybe the system is just fundamentally got a problem. Well, thank you, Ash. Yeah, the Toxic Rain Pathfinder was very fun. Thank you, Alejandro. Oh yeah, it's getting to be hype time. There's a lot of stuff they could do to make the in-game Atlas as it exists be, like, good and better than just, like, vanilla Delve from PoE 1. But they haven't done any of it yet, so... Yeah. Yeah.
How neat is that?
Alright, that was me joining Discord. Don't worry, I got it on streamer mode, so you're not going to hear any pings and pongs, and then that way, if Sunset has something she needs to chime in with, she can do so. Yep.
Hey everyone.
Hey, Sunset.
I'm gonna be raid testing for a bit, but I'll be watching stream chat and stuff as much as I can. Hopefully we have some juicy news today.
Yeah,
I tend to go
good.
fight internet pixels.
Yeah, that's right. Good luck with you. Good luck with the raid testing.
Thanks.
All right. Bye-bye. I mean, we'll see what's happening with Druid. Maybe Healy. Maybe. I always liked Druid and PoE, or Diablo 2, so I'll probably like it in PoE 2 as well. We'll see. Alright, time to start getting hyped. Oh, thank you for the follow. Alright, hype time.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
That's right, brother. Man ass.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
I didn't see that coming. Gotta admit. That's pretty sick. Okay, that's actually extremely sick. Yeah, that rocks. Like wyvern dragon form, that's pretty incredible.
I will find you, Eve.
Damn.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity.
Cheeks.
The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out.
Yeah, this is exactly as expected.
But
and
how
it
do you
rocks.
turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted
What's
to
up,
make sure
Resolve?
that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal
Yeah.
skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's Furious Slam.
Oh, this is gonna be so good with Titan Aftershocks.
While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your Furious Slam.
Hell yes.
Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better.
There we go. 1080.
As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain.
This just feels
The
like better
Ferocious Roar
warrior.
has another special
or better
feature too.
mace.
It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear.
It's better mace.
Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode.
Yes. Damn, man. Damn.
Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You
That
can
is
even
a
use it with
really,
Ancestral
really
Call,
long
a skill that
combo.
turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what
Oh,
the Karui
yeah.
god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally,
I'm
build up
in
enough
love with
rage and you
this.
can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the Druid, Wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf
Look at
stands
how
up on two
not
legs,
tanky that is.
but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion to your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark
is
and
very
kill as many
thematically
enemies
cool,
as you can
yeah.
to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have. So make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target.
There we
First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off.
I do like
Just
the
like with
amount
the
of
bear's
effort.
raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for
Damn.
example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After
Yeah,
pouncing at an enemy,
no kidding.
Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time.
You'll
Wolf
note that
has
it is
many
doing
other ways
no
to go
damage
all in
in
on
this
cold
footage.
though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect.
Yeah, I'm worried about talisman swapping just wind up like one set is so much
Alright,
stronger than the other.
let's talk about the third form available to the
yeah.
Druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The
Nice.
Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle, though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the
new
Wyvern's
power charge
abilities
stack.
really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all.
Okay, it's killing
Alright,
Palm
so
or
those
whatever.
are some melee
but,
options. But how about range?
but
Well, you
cooler.
wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath
Oh,
attacks.
that's how they're
Spit
doing
balls of
rolling
fire
magma.
that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good
That-
idea to cast one as a human
that
right before you
overlap
start
is
spitting.
very cool.
But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges, though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill.
Damn, man, that
In
could
order
be
to
an
help with
incredible
that,
boss.
let's take a
dude.
quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature
Yeah, rolling
to
magnets
create
and PoE1,
entangling
yeah.
vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet.
Notice this red
Why
bar
is that
down
useful?
here? What's
Well,
that?
of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with
that's
Entangle to make them last
delightful.
longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
That is
Now then,
legitimately
with our enemies
hilarious.
sufficiently subdued
Yeah,
with our plants,
I like that a lot.
time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burninate.
Burninate. Nice strong bad reference in 2025. Still going strong. Yeah, it looks really
Now,
good.
there are a few other skills we didn't cover.
Seems
but there's
very
one in particular that I
WASD,
think will
though.
open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are metagems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to
Variable
throw fireballs,
cost,
summon
interesting.
comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses.
They're
So it's
doing that
pretty
with
easy
a,
for the druid to get
sword.
the charges needed. But they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here.
Okay. 30's not
Fan
too
the
bad.
Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them.
Ignite
It's great for the
proliferation.
Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain.
I wonder if rain
And
will
Advancing
overlap
Storm
with
changes storm skills like the
Poison
Thunderstorm
Pathfinder.
or Tornado to move across the battlefield.
Interesting.
It's great for watering plants en masse. or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well.
Oh yeah, that's sick as hell.
Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost.
That is such a huge boost for Warrior.
Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear.
Uh-huh.
There's a whole
Alright.
pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover.
So they're buffing lightning again.
Now, with the new
Excellent.
class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a
Oh,
third being
only
released
2.
later.
Alright.
The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are. And with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These
That's
new mods
pretty
unlock
interesting.
countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle.
Okay,
The
they are
Oracle
going with
perfected
the
the
Oracle.
power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage.
Huh. Simon
And with
says.
Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both.
2-target
And
cleave.
one of my favorites.
Damn,
when you
man.
first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree.
What?
By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example,
Okay.
self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these.
This company is so insane.
Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well.
Complimentary, but dear
I won't spoil
God.
all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you.
That
This
just has
unique
warrior
also
written all
continuously
over
grants
it.
glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell.
That's
And
right,
this
you do,
time
big
is no
dog.
exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal.
They're bringing
A
it
gateway
back.
through time.
Synthesis League is coming back.
Travel into the past again and again. Alter the temple. Uncover its secrets.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Be rewarded
hell yes.
for your sacrifice. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do.
Oh,
It adores me.
cheeks. That's cheeks twice now.
Come
this,
now.
this video.
Give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Hell yes. Yes, you did make it here for perfect timing, MJB. Yeah, I'm not sure,
Hi,
CB.
I'm Mark
We'll
Roberts,
find out, I
Game
guess.
Director on Path of Exile.
Oh, hi, Mark.
In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices,
Alright.
and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal
Hell yeah.
may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of
Yep.
the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this
Nice.
energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious
That was
loot.
800% rarity on this chest, by the way. That's
After
pretty
you
big.
are happy with your choices,
And that looked
open
like a
the temple
low-level one.
and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room,
Nice
the
again,
doors
by
will
the way.
slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path. But a
Yeah.
much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command.
Oh.
With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example,
I agree
if
with
you
that.
want to fully
That's
level up
JB.
a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works,
Oh,
and
yeah.
hook up a
This is gonna be
generator
an
to the power
incredible
network
juicing
to supply
mechanic.
it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making
This is
them
gonna be
much
hard
more
as hell,
dangerous.
too. Oh, thank you for the Prime sub, son
You
of
don't
Christian.
need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the
Press
locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the
Okay.
temple,
Yeah,
adding 6 more
okay, that
rooms
makes
each
sense.
time you come back, making the temple larger and larger
That's so true, Ash.
and larger.
Yeah, yes. I love
So,
this.
that's the basic functionality of the temple. But there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Lera Vaal, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point,
Okay.
right before Atziri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal.
Of course.
He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Atziri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed.
Damn, that artwork is incredible.
Atziri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms. But while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once
He's
you can
just
travel
doom
into
scrolling,
the past,
by the way.
a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Single item?
But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further.
Okay.
But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment.
This is such a huge
This has
upgrade
the
over
capability
double
to
corrupting
craft some
from
very
PoE 1.
powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
So you start with a good corrupted item and then corrupt it a second time to get an insane corrupted item. Wow. That is
Each
amazing.
room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up.
Yeah.
Many of them contain bosses to
50%
fight,
chance of ruining it for
special
sure.
drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities.
Yeah. A corrupted skill gem. So
For
again,
example,
double corrupting.
A level 3
Your
alchemy
skill
lab has a
gems.
nasty Vaal construct to fight. But if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores.
Of course, new cores, yeah.
Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualottl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires.
Okay.
Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod.
Alright.
For example, this soul mantle.
I think we
It
just saw the
gives you an
corrupting,
additional totem, but lowers your
restricting
totem's
whatever.
life and curses you
Nerf
when they
there,
die.
by the way.
By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod,
Yeah.
but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
I love this.
Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple.
Oh my god. Hell yeah.
If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or
This-
trade it if you want.
This rules.
Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be
Yeah.
careful.
Alright.
The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal
That
lab.
thing is really gross looking. They have absolutely
Afterwards, you
cooked.
might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying
Ballborn.
down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg.
Yeah.
Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose
Okay.
wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one.
Okay.
Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
So it only lasts for one
Some
line.
rooms, like the
Okay.
Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeper medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a
feel like those
Huatalokli's
are gonna be worth a
medallion
ton.
will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great
is
if
gonna
you
wind
want
up
to
being like
stock up
Betrayal
on double
board.
corrupts.
Early days.
Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight.
Okay, if Mark is saying that, then we're
Once
screwed.
defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments.
5 exalts
Like this
stacked
one,
there, by
that
the
can
way.
extract the
Nice.
socket balls back out of an item, at the cost of
Oh.
destroying it.
That's probably not very
Now,
useful.
something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make
sir.
sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match.
Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in Endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We
So this
also
is
start to
tier
introduce
18
ways to
maps,
store up
or
energy
whatever.
for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might.
Damn, this is
In the
so
Fate of the
peak.
Vaal,
This is
you will
so
get to
peak.
face Adzeri while she
Yep.
was at the peak of her power. One of
Speaking
the
peak.
rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power
gotta give the
and
people
takes
what
her
they want.
true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage.
That is a lot of
But
extra
in addition
damage.
to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other.
So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes.
Now, for
Abyss
those
League
of you
was
who
so
haven't
good.
seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame.
I'm
If
guessing
you want
maps
to
only.
specialize in running
that's for the
abysses,
best.
there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run.
Nice.
You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function.
Yeah, Tech Rod nerfed. Also, Abyss tablet goes in every single
Now that
map
Abyss
then.
is core, it also needs its own Atlas
Yes.
tree.
Okay, good. Oh, I am
You
very
can
hyped
gain your
to play
first
with that.
points by completing an Abyss. But there are
Good.
more available for doing depths and killing
Tech
certain
Rod.
bosses.
Yeah.
And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal.
I mean, that
Or
is the
make your
most
Waystone
valuable
modifiers
thing you can
also
add.
apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the
Okay,
interaction
wow.
with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction.
That
One of the important
That Rogue
elements that
Exile
we've
one
heard
is
loud
really
and
good.
clear is that needing to do
Really
Abyss
good.
crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So,
yes, sir.
we have
also,
removed
you just
that.
missed a couple divines. Okay, good.
In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well.
yes.
This
Oh, thank
mechanic
God.
felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content.
That is.
But
the
it was
fix.
both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter.
Yes, sir.
Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each.
Still just 10.
Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
Oh.
Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling.
No.
So we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency because it adds too much micromanagement. But on
That's a
that
good
note,
policy going
Fate
forward.
of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes.
Like 6 mod tablets,
Now,
maybe?
with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying.
Alright.
Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
I gotta admit, that looks way
Another
better
big
than
source
it did.
of problems in the endgame
I like that.
is the
That's
feeling
good
of
enough
getting
for me.
overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life. In addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level.
That's a good single target
This only
damage
applies to regular
justification
monsters,
then.
not bosses.
Oh, okay, good.
We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this.
That's the worst mod,
Now,
so that's a good
We did have a
nerf.
large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that.
Damn.
But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now,
Yeah, I
another
see that,
problem that
Ash,
becomes
the
a much
216
bigger issue in the
uninterrupted is
endgame
interesting.
is game performance.
Yeah.
And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher. And a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay.
Alright. I mean, that's
It
great
does
to
make
hear.
quite a big difference.
That's kinda like
especially on consoles.
The most important thing.
A lot more work in this area is ongoing.
I know
And you
people
will
are going to be
continue
upset
to see
about
performance
the
improvements over the next few
in-game
months.
revamp not happening.
Of
and
course, another important
I'm
area
not
is game
I mean,
balance.
thrilled either.
And we have made a lot of changes.
But this
Now,
is important.
Most of these we will
This
save
is
for the
more
patch
important,
notes,
so I'm hyped
but I'll
about
do
that.
a quick summary of some of the numbers.
Also, yeah, sticking to the
As
schedule
well as
is
adding
great.
11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often.
Okay.
We've also done a pass over lineage supports.
Good,
21
good.
of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid Ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others,
Oh, wow,
with
that is
some
a
of them
pretty
getting a grander
big
rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava.
bump to Smith.
Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different
Damn.
classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
That's
These changes should go a long way to
That's
increase
a
the
lot.
viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Calgurin packs. Each
That
tier
bug is
contains
really
the pack's
gross
full
looking.
face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
all
The
right.
Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The
First
league
up,
mechanic is
the marble statue
pretty
character
incredible
effect.
looking.
Once you finally stay still for a moment, a
It's a
podium
little
rises up out
disappointing
of the
that
ground
the
to
in-game
immortalize
rework
you,
isn't
turning
happening
your
in full
skin to
effect,
marble.
but
When you next
I
move,
do think
the stone crumbles around you.
design of the tablets is
The
really good.
precursors had mastery over gravity
They
manipulation.
fixed a lot of the
So too
irritating
can you,
aspects
now with the
of
gravity well
in-game,
portal.
so that's good too.
Witness the power of its pull as you approach it.
Life passives?
Draw in
That-
enemies with your
that's
own
interesting,
gravitational
if
pull
so.
with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors
All right,
designed
how'd
and
we
built
do?
many
A
mysterious
lot of
ancient
TBD here.
beings.
This one's success.
This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol
about
and
that.
tase intruders.
Nope.
Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you?
Hold on.
Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items.
That's pretty cool looking, actually. Gotta give him credit. I like that
The
a
relic
lot.
of the Precursor's map device is
Also,
a
that map
mysterious
device is
machine that sits
rad.
atop ancient colossal statues.
You better believe it,
It
BLT.
keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
That's a
The
familiar sound.
Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat.
Oh, that's pretty cool,
The
actually.
time
I
taken
like that
to
a
reach
lot.
your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you
Damn.
have a time you're proud
That's pretty
of.
good.
Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself.
Shout out to Heartland.
A Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has
I
you
like
covered
that.
with the
I like
classic
that peg leg a
tricorn
lot.
and, of course, a peg leg.
Yeah.
The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields.
That's pretty cool looking.
After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout.
Pirate
a home
hideout?
of some of the
Yeah,
most
that's pretty
deadly
cool.
ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout.
That's a pretty,
Alongside this,
pretty good
an
stash
extra
skin.
stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs.
Oh, I love that. That's great.
Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1.
Hell yeah. Legitimate
Thank you
quality
very
of life
much
increase.
for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
All
Thanks
right.
for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Vaal secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Okay, I have some thoughts now that we've gotten through that. First off, I think obviously we don't know, we don't have patch notes yet, so we don't know about like buffs and nerfs and stuff. This didn't happen. Atlas Tree not being expanded is disappointing. Breach not getting a rework is fine.
Exiles to the
And now we're done. Back to it.
And today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vaal League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean,
All right,
know,
hold
it's
on.
been a great.
This is also
it's been a great one to
Abyss
work on
Going
this one.
Core is
Like I've really
great,
enjoyed
and then
it.
the changes
yeah,
to
it's definitely
Delhi
great to see you
and
again. And it feels like it's only
Tablet
been
and
like
Map rolling
no
are
time at all
awesome.
since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
I do feel like
It
Warriors
feels
going
like
to wind
only
up being
several
better
weeks,
for
and that's
Bear
pretty
than
accurate.
Druid.
Yeah, yeah.
We get
As
to see you
what
twice
we've
as often
seen of
now,
the
so that's
Druid.
fun.
Yeah,
Shape
we're around
forms.
every
I think
2
you
months
can
or
play
so
a
now.
Bear character.
So that's
I
great. I
think
love that.
Titan
Let's
Warriors
keep
going to wind
going.
up being better.
So I do have to open with this though. Is like Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video.
Correct.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know the
Right,
like
yeah,
we were
I'll
saying
bring
some
them
people
down
say,
just a
oh, you know,
bit.
the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on
Oh,
alpha
yeah,
there's a
yeah,
bunch of people saying
I
the
see
wolf is
that.
super OP. So you know, it just comes down to
Grab a
the
Mountain Dew.
things you go through in
A
order
little
to
tired.
demonstrate
I
stuff.
think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the
Yeah.
less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how, from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, I want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure. Where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case,
Mark's
to say
saying
it's
ruckus.
a little too far on the
We're up
other
to
side of
one.
the line, was just a bit too slow. And as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak.
Thank you for the
but,
follow.
Yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to kind of understand it. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to... Normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just
The
a
wolf
demonstration.
form looked very
We kind of
fast and
know
fun,
what
but like
look
it did zero
at
damage.
endgame.
So
But I think
if
with the Druid, it's just
damage
so unusual.
is
It's so
fine,
different. That
actually,
it's
then it's
hard
going to be great.
judge
Because it
what
looks
would be-
very
feel
fast
like
and
to
fun.
even play it. And
But I'm a little
I'm happy
sketchy
for
on
my
wolf
hands-on
form
to
from
say
what
that,
we
like,
saw
it's
so
almost
far.
immediately,
Bear form,
like,
on the other
very
hand, looks
smooth,
awesome.
The shape
It
shifting
just
of
looks
it,
like a
the
better
movement of it,
warrior.
especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which
Yeah,
makes a
yeah.
big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can
hops
like
and
hop
flaps
around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when
Disagree.
we actually put it
Bears
on
roll,
alpha,
I've
there was the
seen
kind
it.
of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the classist, like the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we have to
If
kind
I
of
play
come up with a
Druid,
way
I
for,
do
like,
want to
each
do both.
line needs
And
to be
also
self-sufficient, and it's
spellcast,
got all
which
the
is
tools that you
definitely too
need.
much.
But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that adds a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like
Wyvern
being able
looked
to walk while
like it
also
needs to be
spinning it. Yeah, it's like
WASD
we went through so
to
many
really
iterations of
work
that. So
very
yeah, it was
well.
just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah.
You were like trying to, this is not working.
Right.
Like,
Well, I
this
also
does
remember
not
like
look right.
for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
Actually,
pretty cool.
an interesting thing there, I don't think is each form
form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
Yeah.
So obviously you've got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that, because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it
from
does.
Rage expenditure.
From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think, like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that a wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff.
That's why they made it so that
And
endurance
that caught me by
charging
surprise as well,
will
because
allow you to set, or
technically it's
endurance charges
mentioned,
will
but
allow
I
you
never
to set
really
spell
fully
totems.
understood the idea that you can swap between the forms. Like
be a bear
even
form
to
slam
animal
boy.
and back, I figured
And
that's what's going on here. But
So-
but you can like leap in as a wolf and
Set
then
a spell
immediately
totem
transform to a bear
that'll
mid slam.
You
whatever
absolutely
First
can.
Wing or
So
something.
the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff, you can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's
Yeah,
what you're
just
actually
that.
picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free-flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we like to try and get. So, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. There's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well.
I mean, I think they've done
a bit of everything.
really good looking job.
How did you make all that
of
kind
a
of like work
caster
together
and a
and solve that
melee
build problem?
at the
Like,
same
how do
time?
you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see,
We'll see
even
with
just from a
respect to
design
tuning, but
perspective,
the design
so I
looks
just throw
insane.
over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through.
I mean, I'm just thinking about it from
as I
like
said, we
warrior
throw it over the fence
leveling.
and then Mark tries to
If you're
work out
leveling
what
with a
kind of
mace,
numbers
you
can
set a
actually make
volcano.
it.
It's a
and
web,
then slant
a
or
web
roll and
of
slam on top
infinite
of it.
difficulty,
That's gonna
right?
do,
Because
like,
we're talking
triple
about the
the
4
double
forms within the
damage,
class, but each of
whatever.
these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and
Yeah.
it's becoming growingly more complicated.
Yeah.
But that's also what's fun about the game and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, there was the I want to be all forms going between. There was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon. And now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well.
I really want to see the overlap of
it does just spiral
rain
into
and
like,
poison.
oh my god, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the
wonder
like
if
the
this
totem
makes
which you can summon in
one-handed
animal form,
shield mace
and then
like
you're
a
putting
more
fishes
viable
down and
play
they're
style.
exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there was definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gem. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed.
Okay.
There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this is intended.
Right.
And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know.
Sorry,
we'll see
guys,
where
not
that
again.
goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
this is a fisher.
It made it to me,
Yeah,
and
this
I was
is a
like, no,
fisher thing.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the
So-
fishers, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage. Each time.
Right.
I'm like, that
Okay,
doesn't
no, that's interesting.
seem
That's very
intentional.
It's
interesting.
fine.
Yeah.
That seems
Fine.
I love that because that's like
Okay.
ridiculously
Again,
powerful. That
yeah.
feels like
This just feels
way
like
permissive.
a
I was
warrior
like,
buff as much
this
as
feels illegal,
it
but
is
that's
an
like
addition of
you gotta
Druid.
let a few things in there
Nah,
that
it's
feel
fine.
illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? You know, so
Yeah, you gotta.
we'll see what happens. But whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
Yeah, they'll see the thing not generating rage, and yeah, they'll see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. It's just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket. The talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation to just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my
Yep,
quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf
you can-
leap slam that
yep,
marks targets.
You can do it. In
Okay,
fact, it was one
cool.
of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for
Yes.
for the druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But yeah, that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But would it be completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times
like,
for every
all
character
right,
class?
voice actors, everybody come back and we need you to roar like a bear.
Exactly,
What?
exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the end of the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant
no,
was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
Yeah, right,
like,
okay.
yeah.
now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique
but,
item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, oh well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But
100%.
Yeah, but the thing is as well, the weapon swapping. I mean, you can still
The
use
reason
skills
that
from
everybody
different
hates
elements.
maces
Yeah,
because all the mace skills are
weapons,
slow.
things
Well,
like
the
that,
thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the
I like
bear
maces,
because,
but
like,
they're
definitely some of the
undeniably
bears
very
I
slow.
noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build
Well, I
there.
mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we want to be able to make sure that some of those key
combining
elements
whatever
do
the fissure
like cross over,
bear
just so
thing
that
is
to open up the ways to have synergy
Stampede
between the different classes more easily.
from the
Well,
mace.
as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, you know, iterating,
have
and
to
thus they
maintain
will
two
always
different
cross-synergize.
weapons.
And
So there's that.
where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
like,
It's interesting actually
Maybe
those
that
ones
makes
because
binary
they
usable.
they're on
Cracks me up.
completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strength int, and
Yeah.
it's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the like where the mechanics should go
No
on one side
kidding.
versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the Strength int is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the Strength int side. But that's been fun though because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports because you know the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, you know, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants.
Keep
is
it
like a
nice and
thing.
big for me,
They all
J-Dog.
have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like,
It's a thing.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of being like a
you
rainy
have-
druid watering.
It's a thing.
my
It's easily a
partner's
thing. It's not even
plants.
hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, Druid, you buffed poison rangers.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of just what happened.
I
Yeah,
love
yes.
hearing that,
And the rain
considering that's still
buffing
the
lightning
league star
storms
plan.
as well, like increasing shock chance and
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, I think Druid
it's,
looks great. That's going to be
it's
like plenty of fun.
Pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class.
New
here.
supports are
How did you
interesting.
like kind of
New
settle
spells
on
are
the
interesting.
identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is. People know what the wolf is. And even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, oh, you got plants, and you got like nature, and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game.
Caster form is
I mean, obviously,
definitely
like
out
every
there.
game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare, exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a, yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. You know, so that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we were looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like, it's not really, there's like it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually worked. It was hard. We did get there.
Wyvern works though.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like, it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were.
Obviously
I was
it's
looking at before.
disappointing
It's
that there's no
it's
like
got buffs to freeze,
wholesale
shock,
in-game
and
rework.
energy
I'm impressed that
regeneration,
they're
actually, like, as well.
sticking
Like
with
energy
the
recharge.
timeline though.
It's a shame you
And
knew.
it
The
just
reason I
means
was
that
actually being
05 is
vague is I
gonna be
knew what
even
they were.
better.
I just wanted to change them.
I think I'm fixing a lot of
It's fine.
frustrating aspects
My slight
of like map rolling and
disingenuousness.
stuff
I-
and getting rid of deli
I
fog.
kind of
Is like,
feel like they shouldn't.
cutting
I didn't
it
want them
down
to be
and
offensive
improving
benefits.
performance
Yeah,
is
that's
going to go
supposed
a
to
long
It
way.
forces
though.
you into certain
I also think the
build
league
types.
mechanic looks
Whereas like if they're
incredibly fun.
utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board.
And
That's my
4,
general philosophy.
maybe
So
6
I was like,
mod
I feel like I
tablets
want to
is,
have a go
like,
at trying to design the energy shield. They
Real
don't mind.
interesting.
I I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits.
okay.
Like, I was
That way,
actually
if
still,
you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it
really
doesn't feel so
vibing
bad.
with
But we'll see what I
the
come up with.
in-game after
You're still figuring it out.
whatever
No, I got no
031. I thought it
I
was
don't know.
super
You could play
fun.
on the fact it's got like wings
But it
to
was, at
something
that point, it was
defensive
time
for
to get
block
ready
or
to do
something
PoE
for
one again. So, like,
you know,
play that for a
hard
week or two, and
carapace
then
maybe,
PoE one time
or,
again.
I don't know. The fact it has wings, something to do with the
so
wings,
much
right?
dragon lore to pull from. I
don't know.
got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold find.
Yeah,
that
totally.
sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or
Oh,
something.
there's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up. Shapeshift back. No, obviously,
Yeah.
I'm obviously joking.
Yeah, Deli
please, I'm not
Fog.
doing that.
Gold find. No,
Leaving
please don't.
PoE1 or not being so oppressive would
Mandatory
be nice.
dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like
Some kind of div sync would be
strength
useful.
int class, and with the Templar, we had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid?
Yeah,
I feel like
I mean, the
it's not obvious.
CPU optimization is such a big deal.
Is a little bit off in terms
That's
of
like
the skill there,
skeletal
but at the end of the
stuff
day, we
that
kind of
is
don't really have many
in
options
some
as
ways
far as
more
what we can
important
do. I mean, like
than
that,
getting
it is
the in-game
important for it to
good, is
be
getting the
that it has that,
game
you know,
good.
like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting,
Even though you want both,
what do you call them,
obviously.
spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin as you. There's like
I
things
like
like that
that.
we've added. But yeah, it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange. Like, you know, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Oh, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you
You
can
can
go full
go
armor if
full
you
armor.
want, but
Well, like,
yeah.
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well. that
Yeah,
you've got
it's
the bear,
weird,
maybe that
right?
doesn't really
Because
align as much with that. There's
Wolf
definitely
just
more
feels like
armor
a full
stuff.
Yeah, so you
dex
could
class.
build more strength.
Maybe
when
dex
you-
strength.
depending on what animal form you're
Bear
playing.
just
of
kind of
course.
feels
Yeah,
full
whereas
strength.
like the wyvern potentially has more
Maybe
of that kind of
shrink
magical
dex.
It does.
aspect to it. Where
And
it's
then-
And
yeah, I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does
Wyvern
get the
feels
benefits
like
to
an hit
energy
class.
shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor in order to kind of make it so you are like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a
I mean,
sorceress
ultimately, I guess
could be on the
bear
bottom
or
side of the
druid should
tree and
probably
still
be
have
in
the
the
same
middle of
skill
the
set,
tree,
and
but
you know,
they're
obviously the
not doing
damage
that.
nodes are a bit weird,
So-
but
Yeah.
it could work.
Yeah.
There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the zealot's oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, I was like, oh, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of. I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing.
There's a new one
There's one
there.
that says "Do not translate" on
Yeah,
it, so it's
I
in,
wasn't sure what it
means
does
it's in
yet.
progress. But yeah, we were playing around with some, trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on what's it called? PoE 1's is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I
Yes,
can't
it
remember.
is.
Too many names. But you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's
Armor's
a
such
rage
a
one
problem
there
in
that is
PoE with the way that they've designed it.
embracing the
I
animal
like
ferocity,
it,
where it,
being
like
stronger against
what does it do? It's
smaller
like,
hits, like it
doubles
has
your
its own
maximum rage,
identity.
but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like if you really want to do the
But
skills that are
unlike the
rage
other two
consumers,
types of
like
defense,
rampage, and you
if
just
you
want
have
to
very
rampage
little
for as
of it,
much
you
time
have
as
none of
possible.
it.
You
If
obviously
have
go
a
for
medium
that
amount of
keystone.
it,
You
you
lose
have
the
none of
benefits
it.
of rage,
You really
but you
have to
get
stack it
to
in order
rampage
for it to
around
work.
for twice as long,
Which is
you know, so a few
not
things like that we're trying to
amazing.
add that are thematic as well, and I think that's another one of the really cool
Whereas having a medium amount of
parts
evasion
about
is
adding a
great.
class is
And the same
1/6
is
of
true
our
with
tree
Energy Shield, honestly.
was just filled
Hybrid
with
ES
just
life is
placeholder
good.
garbage. Like actually,
Yeah.
like there's a giant link thing there.
Yep.
There's no links in the game really. You know, it's like what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice.
Yeah, it's interesting. I spent all this time
every different part of the tree, so like we don't have this like weird
thinking about how this is like an indirect mace and warrior buff,
was a little strange,
but it's also really
it's such a massive
good
tree
potential
already,
sorcerer's
and you're adding more
buff
to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this oracle class. Like, I saw the shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra
so
passives.
So
far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
it's fun.
because it's cool.
Okay.
Because it's cool.
That's
really
the
is
best
the
reason you could ask for.
I mean, that's such a good
like,
design
I
justification,
really
though.
went through. I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain
Lightning
thing, this
Arrow
is a way to
Druid
do it.
is
I mean, at the end
gonna
of the
be
day, it still
doable with
costs
an
passive
Oracle,
points to
for
allocate,
sure.
right? So it's more about, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around.
Yeah, I mean, we had an armor stacker.
If you got to
build,
live your life again,
last PoE
what
1 league,
would you change? Like, what different paths would you take?
26 in Ventus,
And so it's this
and it was
interesting,
really fun. And it was less than 20
existential
hours.
crisis is a
But
node.
That fits very
Wasn't
well.
Initially,
Global League, though.
initially
That
I
wound up
always
being
do
the,
write my little blurbs about them
PB
to
Grand
get them in the
Elementalist.
live stream, and I was like,
That thing was
it's got all the
insane.
passives not yet
And
added to
cheaper.
the game. I thought was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class, and it's easy, by the way, to as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really like that's too much time?
Oh, don't do this to me. Twitch.
Too much work, right?
Okay,
And I'm just
we're
like,
fine.
Sad, isn't it?
if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want
Alright,
to deal
you'll
with
note
it,
that he said
just pick
when we
another class.
eventually
It's
add
fine.
the Templar,
You know?
I think
You
the
don't
way
have
to read
to.
between
Or
the
pick
lines
other
is
nodes
Templar
on
is
the
like
same
very
class,
far
you
off.
don't have to take that note. So
And then you get to
I think
speculate
this like
what is
very
next.
clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like
Shadow?
hidden cool stuff to discover.
What classes
that you're
are
not gonna
actually
know ahead of
left?
time, because you can't like look
Templar,
at the class
Marauder,
options on the character
Shadow.
selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the oracle ascendancy,
Duelist.
right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you just,
I love
look, there's always going to be community.
Kinda want it to
tools
be
that are gonna come up
Marauder.
with the way to make that, to
Axes, I think, are going to
the
add a
build
ton
guides
of
and all that
fun.
kind
I'm
of stuff,
surprised
so,
they didn't
you know.
add Axes when they added Act 4.
I love the secret stuff.
Yeah.
I actually got my secret abyssal lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final a secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you
want to do
never
more
know.
of that, don't you? I can tell. Look at you. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Yeah, they confirmed
I
that.
love it. I actually I love people having cool secret things they can
Jeez,
find.
I
and
think
it
they
isn't
confirmed
just
that like after the 0.1 release. Oh, come on, Twitch.
1,000% pre-planned out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. Like, I think the design
Druid's
super
interesting.
yeah.
I think this league
But,
mechanic looks incredibly
some
sick.
of the questions
like, this
were
is
that
I
think
didn't really know
people
the
are a bit
game well enough
confused
to be
about like
like
the talismans and the forms and
smart
how that stuff
brained
works. So
during
the talismans
synthesis.
are
So this feels
effectively
like
just
a
like another weapon.
second hurrah for me.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear, and everything will affect you in your movement.
absolutely,
Animal
right.
forms. It's
Absolutely.
not like, I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting
Right.
you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swaps. So you've got 2 weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon.
that
if you're
unique
playing a druid,
talisman
you are going
looked
to have to learn how to use
good.
weapon specialization passives
For
and
warrior.
stuff like that. If you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certain certainly
Love
for
that.
most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to, think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
No. You don't have to worry about that
thing.
part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works. If
I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. And so like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
But
more
mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start.
I didn't play
going in
enough
there and tweaking
Baldur's
that stuff,
Gate
but here, it makes it much simpler.
really
You don't have to
remember
worry
much
about
of that
Yeah, so
game.
there's
I
a
did
decent
like what I
onboarding there, given the
played of
potential
the older
complexity
versions
that.
of it.
All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of
But
the
yeah, that
Vaal
sounds pretty
expansion.
good.
And
It's very,
there's
like,
definitely more
classic
of a, like, clear
RPG
divide
stuff
between the two
that
things. And
I do
we even
really
actually
like.
made two separate trailers
Especially
this
with it
time
being
around.
Well, it would have been super weird
Really
to
good
have these
looking,
like two
fun to
completely
play
clashing
modern
things in the trailers.
context.
So yeah, in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end we decided to go with two trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
And they're not connected. Like they
No,
don't,
not
they
at
don't
all,
have to
right?
be, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah, they're
exactly.
not. Aside from both
Twitch, come on.
of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
Nice. Okay, that was actually great
Yeah,
setup.
that was total accident, by the way. It was just like totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like,
Right.
yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this
Well, I
expansion
know what the
is, and we
focus
saw
of
this a little bit
the-
where you tried to work in
at least one
the
of the
previous
asides
league
in the
mechanics
coming
into
videos
like story
about
quest
this, 'cause
stuff, which
it's
I
gonna
was
be.
super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat
Yeah,
thing
so I
going
mean,
on now.
there's a few things going on there. So, like initially, this league, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more, kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it, so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler like to start out with, and then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make two versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff, but I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on, and it just doesn't kind of you don't break immediately the feeling of the world.
All right, I think it's
which,
safe to say that
has
this
been
league
a problem in the
mechanic,
past.
even if
I
the
have
mechanic
very strong
gets
opinions
reworked,
on this one.
Yeah,
It's
gonna go
dark
core.
horror,
We can kind
gothic, secondary,
know that it's gonna
3
go core
dimensions
before
deep of like I'm in the
it's even
past
live.
and or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean,
be
even
sure to
just
go
something
claim
as
your
simple as
Verdant
like
Wilds
the
dodge roll if you haven't already.
The Vaal sacrifice circles that you
Anyway.
get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like, and like for each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin and stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
the Peru 1 style, betrayal basement. You just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like this makes sense. You know,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
just
good
in
to
a
hear, though. I mean,
basement
that's
in the
like
mud flat
good
in a swamp, you know what I mean?
philosophy
Yeah,
for
the
the
Vaal is a
game
very
going
distinct
forward.
thing, and it's very like
right?
tied to Act 3 as well. So,
So if that's like
I
part of
wasn't
their
worried
guiding
about, like,
design
totally, like,
philosophy
flying with
for
Vaal
the
stuff, but
next
then like it fits in
20 years
reasonably
of
well.
Path
Like,
of
you've
Exile
definitely
1 and 2
taken good care to
development,
make
that's
sure that it doesn't-
great.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Sounds
it's
like a
a matter of
jar,
making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along and like some Mesamites went there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed, and then
They're not gonna say it
with
sucks
I think we did a lot
because,
better. Like
you know,
it came a lot better. But
I still
don't think we
enjoyed that too,
quite
but Wisps
got there in
are
terms of
that was
like
like
the,
PoE1 level kind of.
yeah, and then this one
They're
here, I
very
think, like, you get
rudimentary.
up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE2, like, post-release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like, it needs to be quite sizable and good, and it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because it sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to
Right.
for expansions. There.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's not. And honestly, the scope did explode a little bit because
There's an anecdote
when
about
we,
Larry Bird.
I think that
when he was in
one
the
of the things-
NBA, he would order
when I
wedding
initially
cakes
designed the
because
league,
his
I was kind of like,
philosophy was
okay, we're going to have like some
who's
limited
gonna
number of
mess
rooms.
up
We
a
kind of
wedding
spec it
cake?
out, and
Obviously,
like each one will have
he
a
didn't
few
say it
levels,
quite
and it
like
kind of
that.
didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in
so
the
just
context
eat
of
wedding
PoE2, it's like,
cakes,
well,
and it's like this
when
league
you-
is a
if you're gonna
wedding
spend
cake,
effort to upgrade
and
a room,
O2 is
it
like
needs to feel meaningfully
a
different and have
candy bar.
meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff, and it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we could take some inspiration from what PoE1 did with Incursion, in terms of double corrupts and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE2 context. There's just a lot there.
The double corrupts
Yeah,
that they've done in
I've
this
followed
league.
your progress
is
with
so
designing this
much
one
better.
from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny
than
thing
it
is
is
about
in
that is that it
PoE1.
actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't gonna even say it.
So you recommended that I play this game
corrupted
called Blue
item
Hero, and I really enjoyed it.
with a chance of
and
destroying
then,
it.
I mean, everyone's
So
going
you
to think that
start
the game
with
was
a
inspired by
strong
his
corrupted
blueprints,
base
but it
and
actually
then
wasn't. It
corrupt
was
it
Blue
up.
Hero.
That's
Or you
it was
start
so
with a
great
corrupted
because
base
I told you about that game and then
try to
like it
turn
was like
one of the mods
a
into
week
something
later or
better,
something.
like a
You sent me a
downside
message
mod
like,
into an
hey, I've
upside
made this
mod.
little program.
Yeah, I
So
fully
I
agree with that. I think the
prototyped
league
up like a
stories are
thing
working way better with the
for what would
world
become
now.
the UI for.
It feels more like
for
a-
Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the
You know,
first
a
league
modern
I've actually
game.
personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. It was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design.
Hey, thank you
One
for
of
the
the great
follow.
things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the
Mr.
course of like.
I love
writing
Alba.
it, like,
She's
which
great.
I don't think
I like
necessarily
her
would have gone
more
exactly
in
the same way if
PoE2.
I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make a.
I like the
and then
role she's
effectively
played in the story
The back
so
of
far.
it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made really look really awesome. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home. In the
Yeah, I
evening,
just
like,
really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things. So just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing is
yeah,
good,
it's
right?
just always it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
And I just
Yeah,
like
building
coming
your
up
own
with all the ways
dungeon
that
and
they
then
can interact
powering
and
it
that kind of
up
thing,
and
and
stuff.
trying to make ways
and,
feel a bit
like,
different.
creating
and that kind of
bosses
stuff.
in
It's
there
a
that
good
are
time.
super strong.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like
Exactly,
it's a really small one
and
at first,
it's
and then
like
it crumbles a
Cortex
bit,
does
and
it
then you're
make
still kind of
sense
building on
if
what
you
you're
didn't
doing
play
each
Synth.
time.
Yeah.
It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y
It
thing.
simply gets
about
some of the
being
best
roguelike and
storytelling
stuff.
that
Exactly.
PoE1 ever had, but then it
So
all
does-
got
with
scrapped
that
and made
design then, I'm
non-canon.
curious, like, does it like fully reset at some point? Like,
Because the
before you
mechanic
kill
was
a
too
Zeri
complicated.
It
or
never
something?
fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an
I mean,
architect,
same. I always
quite a
go back
lot
to
of the
ambush and
temple gets
map farming.
destroyed. So there's this
Okay.
kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just. That effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play, so it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can,
because
yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah,
on that
you can,
grid.
yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
not
I mean,
running out Zeri?
it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. Like, I mean, once you've defeated it Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize. Because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill it Zeri,
Like
then
I said, this is just
it'll only
like
pull you back.
Betrayal board
number of rooms.
1.0
There's some number of rooms
vibes,
that go away
which is
when it's quite
right?
full, and
You
then
can just
you can just juice it really high and you
double
have really
corrupt
challenging
items
in-game
out of
scaling
this.
tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
And we wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just
Yeah,
other things that you want to do.
exactly. That's what
like,
I was thinking. Is
so,
it
for
is
example, at the start of the
basically
game,
incursion and the
you can
betrayal
only,
board and synthesis all
can't,
kind of mixed
store up
together in a soup.
temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can
That's
store up more
great.
runs, so
That's
that you can map for a while,
really
then
fun
like do a
mechanics.
bunch of incursion.
I think we
temples
have it
and-
that eventually you can do.
If you just think about it mechanically,
you can do
not
60
reward
maps.
wise. I think
and then
Betrayal's
temples,
super
and then
awesome.
60 maps, then
If-
temples.
if you want. So
It
you can
just
if you
never
want, or you
has,
can do
like, had
6, then a
enough
temple, then
consistent
6, then a temple.
like,
So you can
reward
effectively start
structure
doing
compared to, like,
10 runs
strong
this way,
boxes,
10 runs,
right?
if you want.
Or even
I feel like with these
Harbingers.
things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it. The
Well,
problems
the
we've
thing
had in
is
the
that we've
past,
got so much
you're
experience
learning.
and stuff. I mean, yeah, like so for example, the whole like
It's
taking
too
the
much
currency
work
away
and
from
too
the
much
temple
brain power to
instead
not
of
be,
having
like,
a craft inside the temple thing.
just
Yes.
Like that's just a
printing
hard
out
learned
scarabs
lesson
into
from
mines.
PoE1 where you just need
They're
to.
learning.
You say we
Yes.
thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up.
Exactly,
And
Indent, it's
a thing
exactly.
about, and this is something that
I
I'm on
look
the
back at
fence
some
about
of
a
our
little bit.
guides, like our Betrayal
Personally, but
guide's
yeah,
one of our
the
most
thing with the
successful
killing architect and at Zeri,
league
destroying a
mechanic
bunch of the
videos
temple,
ever.
creating
That
that clash
heist.
of either farm temple or farm boss,
And it's
can be
because they're
quite a
complicated
divisive thing for
mechanics.
people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Where it's like
We
we
probably should
now
do
appear
another
when we
one.
separated those
Next
two
league,
things,
I
so they're
think.
not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance
Yeah.
went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right
Yeah, another
and feeling
crafting
right
bid
will
would
be important.
useful.
Um,
I know.
it's honestly hard to
you
say
know, there's only so
if
much
it is
time,
right now.
but yeah.
it's a thing. We say we've thought about it, but it can be very
I'm gonna
easy
go
to see
grab
that and be
another
like, hey,
drink,
they're doing the same
chatting.
mistake they've made last time. Which you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of
Planned for
entire
that.
board reset kind of thing.
Yeah.
We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
Yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought
established-
about it, but it
Yeah.
can I could see, because I was just thinking about it going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well,
so
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the
We were
level
kind
waiting
of
to like adjust it as
positioned
needed.
to
Yeah,
like
and
if
it's
a new
honestly kinda hard to
Ranger
know
Ascendancy
with-
got announced. We
I
kind
mean,
of had
even
like
if-
some
again,
dibs
it's-
maybe on
Well,
that.
the thing with this sort of stuff
gotta
specifically
be
is
honest,
we're talking about that's
If
the
they
type of
added a new
gameplay that
Ranger
is hard to test
Ascendancy, I don't know
internally.
Yeah.
what
Because
the
how
hell
can
you
you
would
do
use
just like you
skill-wise.
can't really
Just
test like what
lightning
is weeks
arrow,
of grinding. You gotta feel like
or
it's,
whatever. I don't know.
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows?
Fortunately, maybe. Unfortunately, I don't know. It doesn't
But,
seem like we're getting
I
that.
could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted.
That would have
for
been
sure.
in the news, right?
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE1 because we didn't have an easy way
Damn
to,
right it
to change
was.
that. Like I prefer
Solid
that the temple
Band-Aid,
is
though.
your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like that, like trading the rewards was the reason why we I did our temple itemization in the first
I
place.
do wonder how
yeah,
long
just if
in
this time people were just
PoE1
making sure to design the stuff in
until
a
we're
way
able
that
to
can
just
be
itemize
take back. You can take
the
no need for the band-aid.
like the crafts from
There's
the
some
temple
there's some really
instead.
basic
Maybe never.
crafts,
I would
like
be okay
your
with that.
classic exalted
Kinda
orbs
fun.
and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
kidding.
Vaal orbs aren't even in the game at that point. So you have this thing where
it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for in-game.
Add free
it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
that's the problem,
having
like,
a
what stops
thing
you
that
from just,
allows
like,
you to
keeping
do
your
some free
results
exalts
until
early.
in-game.
That's a
You
free
wanna use
power
those.
spike for
You'll
players
see those
early.
and go, I want to take
Find
that
a
home,
weapon,
but
you think,
just use
that's
it.
good.
You know?
It was a
But you don't have
substantial
any
buff to
exalts.
campaign crafting from my
This
experience with messing with
mechanic
it so
thing
far.
gives
It's
you
like
free
you
exalts
can
to
basically
craft.
go in and
Now we're
there's
talking.
There's like 6 crafting
Yeah,
rooms.
still
and
think
you're
it
like
plays
just
in
going
the
on a
Arrow
little crafting spree
Pathfinder
of, like, upgrading
to
your
start.
gear.
That is feeling
Yeah,
like
I mean, the temple,
Frontrunner.
it's funny because there's always the
Warrior
question
was
whenever
kinda
we make a
creeping
league
up,
of like, well,
still
what if,
is, but I think
like,
that's gonna be more like
people always say,
number
oh, there's no
two,
reason to do this during the
maybe.
campaign, and it's like, really have to incentivize that to make
You know,
it so
we'll
that
talk
it's
about
actually
it
worth
and
doing.
figure
Like,
it
you're going to
out,
get a
but
substantial power boost if you
almost
decide to engage.
certainly.
Yeah, you can,
Poison Arrow
it seems like you
Pathfinder's
can
looking
kind of
like
like
our
hold off as well. Like
starter.
you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm gonna do that a little bit later.
Well, you always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
Yeah,
the,
it felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That's story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here.
Okay, that's interesting.
From the in-world encounters.
Yeah.
So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's
pretty
some
much.
modifications, but yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
We've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to speak, of...
Okay.
You're getting a
that
lesser
sounds
jewels
good.
or been Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful.
Yeah,
as a
I thought
design.
after
I'm
Patch
really
01
glad Double
and
Corruption is
02,
back. I feel
thought
like that's
03
a
campaign
great
felt
thing from PoE1
awesome
to be returning.
One
by
thing we've
comparison,
changed
and
here
Abyss really was
is
a big
that
part of
because
why.
because Double Corrupt existed in PoE1, you never Vaal orb gear. Well, I don't want to say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it to when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah,
Such
you
a
have to
huge
Vaal orbs,
improvement.
land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that. So
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good
corrupted
corruption
a good
already,
item,
and
get
now
a
you're
good
risking
corrupt.
that. You're not just risking a blank
Really
item on
ramps
a
up
double
your
corruption.
RNG.
So like
It essentially
it's a
shifts it from like a
heftier
1 in 4
risk
chance to
now
get
in some
good.
cases. Yeah,
I
that's
like
cool.
to
it.
1
That's
in
the
8,
Vaal spirit right
maybe.
there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So,
So you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
so you craft first, and then you can apply the double craft.
Ah, okay, cool. Well, it keeps the usefulness of the Vaal orbs there as well. To kind of
yeah, I didn't
solutions
want
there.
Vaal orbs to just. I mean,
Yeah,
you'd still use them on
an
lightweight
issue,
stones or whatever, but I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But,
Consider it.
I
Under
like the
consideration.
idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in PoE1 recently where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically at Zeri. No, what
Not at
is it?
Zeri, Vaal uniques. Yeah, so we initially, I
All
really wanted to make it so you could just
okay.
replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But
Crazy.
the problem is, yes, it was just a
Unhinged.
can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques,
Still bad,
and we ended up going with Vaal uniques, for obviously thematic thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that, like, while it's still crazy, like there's some sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where, like, it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So you can create some.
You can use it on non-Vaal. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me.
Oh.
I don't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE 1, so it, like, re-rolls.
Oh.
The idea here is, like, it's meant to work on these Vaal items because they've been, like,
Incompatible item error.
infused with royal bloodline blood, and so
Okay.
it's like the way it works on Vaal uniques is different to just random uniques. So it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and
Right.
you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Vaal. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Vaal unique in order to use this.
Right.
Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Vaal uniques is, like, quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has, like, Soul Leader. And it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you can also be like, what about if we... Well, I was like, what other weaknesses does this
thank you
item
for the
have?
follow,
Well, you can't generate Soul Leader
Mr.
stacks on a
Kate
boss.
Krieg.
Maybe this can turn that on, you know? And so also you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know?
Okay.
Now, these are kind of examples, but that was a specific
Pretty
one that I
long
really
ramp
wanted to do.
up,
So, but I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level
This is that
uniques,
body
you know
armor
what I
that
mean,
he's
to make them
just
more in-game
referencing,
viable.
by the way.
And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Vaal pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite
You've
uniques
established the
and other,
concept
you know.
now, yeah.
So, you know, we'll see how it goes.
That's a
but,
way to make
I'm hoping now, obviously,
Expedition more
because
interesting.
I don't know how far through
Is
we'll
have
get with
ways
all of
of
these specific, because it's like a lot
messing
of stuff.
with,
Once you start
Expedition
doing
uniques.
specific things with specific uniques,
There's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I just don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean,
and
you've
then
also
we'll...
got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes,
going on.
true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So, yeah, I mean...
Yeah. Heavy
we'll see
strike,
how it
plus
goes,
2
hopefully.
range.
And it's the kind of thing where
Hopefully.
even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So
I
if we
mean,
don't hit the mark
I feel
entirely with all the
confident that this
uniques,
league
I'd
is
like
going
to
core,
eventually get
one way
there
or
where we
another.
have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Vaal unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You would replace the exact 2 bad sides with the exact 2... because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the exact like,
Interesting.
holy,
Wait,
this
hold
unique
on.
just went from being
More
worth,
than 2.
you know, something 1 divine to 300
I would
divine,
love for
you
the
know,
temple
kind of
to go
territory.
core.
So
I really
hopefully that
like
happens. If it
Synthesis
doesn't happen,
League.
I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try.
I would
you
love
can never
for
know
a
with these things for
reversion,
sure.
like
And this includes
revitalized
the new
version
like
of Synth League.
Azira uniques
pop
that she's
back up.
dropping
That
there,
would be-
obviously,
Yep.
since she's kind of the queen of the Vaal.
Yep,
isn't it?
Zero uniques, Trial Master uniques,
Awesome.
you know, like it, you know, a bunch of stuff. So
It's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Vaal uniques.
Right.
So yes,
But
and
in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form in a
Yeah.
different league mechanic or some other place like that.
yeah, that makes sense for
Yeah.
sure.
In terms of the overall idea of upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever like discuss the idea of Vaal skill gems? It feels like weird to like add that when you're still adding regular
Yeah,
gems. I
it
imagine.
doesn't quite. So, I mean, fundamentally, what a Vaal skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of
Yeah, I'm
ultimate
surprised
type
that Vaal
style
skill
ability
gems
in
aren't
some
happening
sense, you know? So
with
it's like
this
we're
patch.
kind of doing that in our
You're already
normal
doing it?
gems
Is
at this
that on
point. So
my,
it didn't really
list?
quite
Yep.
make sense to
That's
do
an-
it here.
Sorry.
The
J-Dog?
glory on the
Yeah,
skills
glory
is kind of
kind of like,
outsourced.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Actually, it
it's
is.
kind of like
They're
you'd only be
not wrong.
really doing it for nostalgia value
right.
at this point.
Yeah, so this one's
Now, that isn't to say
not
there won't be
in.
something in the future, but I
That gets a
agree
check
that
mark,
doing something like
question mark
that
on
when
those.
you haven't even got,
Hold on.
all the classes and skills in
Let me take
place
a
and all
picture
that.
of this picture.
I would say that's like a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
There we go.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc.
So
like
the
post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. Like
Yeah.
it basically was kind of like during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But
We
yeah,
didn't get
post-launch.
3 Ascendancies, and we didn't get 4
Druid.
Druid shapeshifts,
Alright,
which I knew I was
shifting
reaching on those,
onto
but
the
that's
topic
fine.
of Endgame. But first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress?
That looks like it's
Well, we don't have
starting
anything to say at the
happening
moment, but yeah,
Oh.
like it'll need to come obviously at some point. But yeah,
Well.
we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on.
Yeah.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so yeah, it's just right now.
I don't think we know about anything else yet.
So on
we'll see.
Endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the Delirium fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes,
this one
I
right
guess.
here.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes
All
everywhere.
right, there we go.
That's good.
I've been loving all the
Visibility improvement
Deli
for
fog
Endgame,
memes.
But not
They've been
only
great.
that, like you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the
Yeah, so
they've done a really
I mean,
good job with it.
the-
system.
I
I
like
mean, the very
Deli
first
having the
question,
music
before
play
we
for
even
the first,
toned down
like,
the fog,
10
the
second
first question
loop,
was,
and
okay,
then-
well, why do
then
you
it
feel like you
stopped.
have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Like the fact that
Same.
something feels mandatory
Same.
is already a problem, regardless of the
Yeah.
fact that the effect is also annoying. You know,
Deli's a
so
great
that
mechanic
was the
that
first thing
has
to
the
solve, and it really then
unfortunate
started
aspect
coming
of
into,
sucking
okay, well,
visually.
like how like people are finding waystone crafting more annoying. We only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, like it just made it not not particularly great. So yeah, the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like, and effectively we're kind of like, we can go
You're preaching to the choir on that one,
two
Crasper.
ways with this.
I've
we can either
been
make it
so
so that every
irritated with
league
it for
has something
so
that feels
long.
mandatory that multiplies with the rewards,
just now
or
pop
we can
up.
say
It's
no leagues
interesting.
do. In which case, it's more about like which league do you want to run for different, for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, from this point on, just like waystones, they will get regular. They'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than
another
that.
layer.
Great,
Another layer of that,
That's
because I
such
think
a
that
good change.
having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on
Damn
the tablets
right.
means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things. Which helps
I mean,
a lot.
every 10 maps, in
and
the
then
way
of
that
course the question was,
PoE2
well,
maps
how can we
go,
make
it's
sure that
like
we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing
less than
potential
once an
here?
hour.
So then we had to look
Realistically,
into how
maybe
can we
an
get
hour.
back the power you had. So that's when we got into the
Depending on how
extra mobs
efficient
on
you are in
tablets
your
and things
hideout.
like that. In order to sort that out.
Anywhere
Now,
from like
obviously,
every
we were
hour to
hoping
every
to do
40
more
minutes.
Endgame for this expansion. So what's
I could
kind of
spend an
happened
hour in
with
hideout.
Well, I
So-
guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in Endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have immediate, like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing. And that really is a content thing that just
Oh, yeah,
requires us to
definitely.
expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic. Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm glad to hear that.
oh
But the
my.
thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require
You're
like
damn
actually
right you
modify
do.
things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something, and that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
Do you have an idea for what you want to do with the Ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Pathfinder?
Well,
which
the
has been
league
pretty
trees.
successful.
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll
Sure.
be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
There's
but
stuff we want to do.
suffice to say,
we're
clearly not happy with it.
it's a bit of trying
It
not to
really
spoil
is.
anything here.
Yeah.
We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar.
Yeah.
It's like it's in a whole different universe. So it's
I mean,
kind of
that's
like
great to hear.
which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
And so I
tricky.
do want to put people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think they're reworking it in game anyway. so
Yeah,
I'm not
I mean,
going to
they
say
said
anything.
5.0.
Just in
I
case. You
think
never
because
know.
there's
And we
also
also
different
have
it'll be
Of the in-game
5.0.
that
I
kind of
wouldn't be
like
surprised if
independent
they
of
do what they did in
just things like how the Atlas tree works.
3.1,
Yeah.
But
where they
yes, that tree
get
is
halfway
effectively going to be
or
completely
whatever,
reinvented. So
3 weeks into the
it's-
league, and they're like,
that's
okay,
the-
we hear
that
you
will get a
guys are being
full
critical
drastic
of the
change.
end game.
And then the
Here's a bunch of stuff
something
ahead of schedule.
that like PoE 1 with the whole
Which would be
complete
great.
your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that. Of course, there's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has
Exactly.
like
And that
multiple
not
quests
being
throughout the main quest line with the different
anything.
pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really.
In
it's just
PoE 2
immediately
is the
into this
problem.
infinite
Yeah.
unguided adventure. And there's
It's
a
like
little
playing
bit
a
of things with the
Bethesda game.
corrupted
You've
zones
like,
and bit of that
gone through
and
the
like,
campaign, it's very
the burning
focused.
monolith and
And then
but
you open up, and it's just an
still
open world, and good
mostly
luck. Try to
unguided. You
have
don't
fun.
really feel like you have like I've completed the main
I do,
thing now. I'm
but
gonna
I understand
farm,
why people
at
look
the
at that and
moment.
go,
It's,
"I
it's
think I'll
pretty
log off."
unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them.
So
are
we're probably
too-
going to get Uber versions.
Ritual
of all
has
of
the whole
those.
omens are too good, and others are just
Bosses.
like, why would I do this? And
Yeah.
there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that,
I
to
love when
answer the
there's
original
heaps
is
coming.
that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about
You know who I
wanting
blame
to
for
do an
this
in-game
is
upgrade,
Jesus,
a
because
big
I think if we didn't
revamp
have
in
Christmas
040,
happening,
and
I
now
think
we've
we
got
would
too
have
much
gotten
work,
this pushed to
and
the end of the
we still
month.
believe it's the
And I
right
think they
thing
might
to
have
do.
fit some of the
So
stuff in.
we're going to commit, and
So,
normally we
you know who
often
to
get faced
blame.
with the option: do we
Santa Claus.
cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no,
it's
we need to do
definitely
it
Santa
all, which
Claus's
means,
fault.
unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
I'm
Obviously
impressed
bad,
by
which
how
was a
quickly they
bug, by the
responded to
way.
the fog.
Really?
The fog.
All fogs,
People have only
like
been
the
bitching
volumetric
about
fogs
fog
in the
for
game have a cutout around the player.
25 days.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except
like,
for Delirium
whatever, I'll
Fog.
demonstrate with my
was
mouth.
the
It's
only
like
fog,
fog
that
being out
didn't
here.
have this. So that was well, like we can start
It's,
there.
like, totally fine, like, right around the
re-adding it,
edges.
and then
And
we'll
then you got like a big
iterate until we
circle
feel
of
like it's
clarity
about
in the
right,
middle.
but yeah.
That's great. That works so
Kind
fun.
of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh damn,
Edge
it
of
was just broken
screen
the
glow
whole time.
effect. I think it's what they call
But
it. Wow,
either way,
screen
like,
edge
you
glow
know, player
effect.
doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
Thank you,
Hell yeah! Shout out
Your,
to a
thank you
god
for your
among
service.
redditors.
Your watch is
He
complete.
saved us.
Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like
I've wanted
can't
this
move
changed for
anywhere.
like ages, so honestly, it's my
yeah,
fault for
better
not
from the
doing that
footage,
myself.
so
I'm a
it's,
terrible
It's a
poster.
big improvement for sure.
I'm not a
you
memes guy.
You mentioned
you know?
that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get
Yeah,
in this one, and that was
they're the best in the
kinda
biz at
Monster
listening to
Density,
feedback.
getting swarmed.
It's true.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
a
my
very
idea of a
interesting one
meme
because
is to make like a
so
20-minute
when we were
video
doing
about it.
031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of
Thanks
thought
for the
that
follow,
players
Jay.
probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if
I
that's the
actually
case,
like
then
this
the
too.
main
I
thing we
think
have to
this
do
is
is not
something that's
like
gonna
nerf
feel way
rewards,
better.
make sure that
Just
experience
having the
gain doesn't
monsters
get lowered
drop
or
more
anything
as
like
you go
that.
up in tier.
But we don't necessarily need as many
Instead of there
monsters as what
just
we were
being,
having on the
like,
top. And I think this is actually going to also just
hilariously
generally improve things because
full
it makes
packs of
when
guys.
monsters have more life like
Some
that,
of the
it
maps
makes,
you do,
more
like they're
builds
just
viable.
packed in there like the
Because,
Tokyo subway system. It's
there's
just
obviously a
shoulder to
point where
shoulder the
once
whole
you can
way.
one hit everything,
That's too much.
then there's no point in you
Not
might as well
that
just
it
go
is
for whatever the
like
fastest thing that can
awesome
do that is,
or
right?
Poison
lightning
Pathfinder,
speed,
but it
speed
is
is
not.
right.
So
the thing you wanna
effectively,
play.
by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right?
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE. You're still going to want to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course.
Yeah.
But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that.
Yeah.
So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels. So like it kind of just happens. You don't really. It's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. Right. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making like on the Atlas Tree. I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters. Where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So. But then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops, and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler, and I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of a right, and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards,
we're going to be writing some news about it.
It was just like,
okay,
I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. Feels a bit more, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is. I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas Tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like ideally you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas Tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So
but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean, that's,
but yeah,
that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me.
I mean,
I
felt like it's
being able to
the
spec
whole
content
time
that
PoE2
rewards your
existed is
character
basically
that
always
has
just
low
spend
AoE,
more
that
rare
is, like really good
monsters.
at like dueling really tough rare monsters, and like we did get to see a little bit of that in Period 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic, and you touched on it a little bit, was like there's definitely been it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic
now for the question
monsters.
we really want to hear.
Bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with like noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that it means that we can try to get we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is we've got the balance of that, where it should in an ideal world be the case that killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Also that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that that feels
really
a little bit.
Issue.
So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything. Still, it's just
it does
white
make a
monsters
certain
die
amount of
in a
sense.
quarter
But
of a
I guess
second,
like
magic's
with
die
what
in
you
a
were
half,
talking about,
and
Mark,
rares die in 1 second.
it seems like something
you don't
you'll have
notice
to think
the
about,
difference
because
at
like
all.
if you want both
You
strategies
notice
to be
rares
viable,
dropping
like
5
pack
times as
size
much
juicing,
stuff as magics,
then
which
there
drop
needs to
5 times
be,
as much stuff as
a reward,
normals.
a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just added this thing of every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really it wasn't really that great.
No, I'm glad that they're
even
especially with
it's
PoE2,
going to be a little while since we've done
that
that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vaal, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some floating glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered, you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole mini-map, coasting between mini-map icons.
Damn right.
The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4, 2, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap.
appear on the minimap.
The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot.
You know, if they made it so that when you killed the
You just
boss,
play your map. You generally
They would all
follow the
show.
checkpoints.
I like that.
If you're in a straight line map, there's
Or
one
all
at the
the
start, one at the end.
checkpoints. Sure.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen. But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Not every icon. So strong boxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay.
that's
so basically you can find if there's
really
any
good,
content
then.
that you still wanted to grab.
Now, some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map, activating them all, and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of just meant to be look, you've explored at least. I mean,
I'm
there's
just
generally speaking, if
processing
you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4
so this
checkpoints.
means basically they want you to
activate
full
all
clear
4.
maps.
You've at least explored.
I think that's
probably
fine.
75%
It's
of the map, right?
established.
Yeah, it's about
know,
getting
so-
across things
philosophy.
and-
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also
Full
use the
clear and
checkpoints
not
to get
miss
to the
anything.
closest
That
place
sounds
where the
pretty
stuff you
good.
missed was, which is
True,
kind of
yeah.
nice. So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So
Now-
we did finally find a solution. To
I'm
kind of get
hoping
to
this
the-
is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay.
Yeah, I mean,
and
not 100%
then from that
full
point on,
clear,
it's
but
like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now.
Yeah.
It should
80%
actually
full clear or
maybe
whatever.
overall be
That's
even
pretty
more
good,
helpful
actually.
because
I
it's
like
not just
that.
revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was
I could see them
bit of
adding
a
killing the
aggravation
boss
for a lot of people.
being an
But that's a
alternate
perfect
activation
example of
method, 'cause
again. It's
actually hitting every single one of the checkpoints seems.
That's why I don't
kinda-
want people to not give feedback
Eh.
because this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so yeah, it's
It's a good case study because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're
I
doing
think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds
Oh
like a
yeah,
good
the Deluge
compromise.
changing maps
Nice
is
little
so
extra
good.
bonus reveal there. Good
That's
stuff.
good. Yeah, you just said rare monsters, and I just had this random
Good.
Wait,
What more
did
words
we
can
do
I
that?
say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But yeah, everyone forgot.
fully
Yeah,
It's in the
forgot about
Q&A.
it.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like
It
roughly
is.
for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power is kind of being shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So
Yeah,
this
I think you're
seems
not gonna
like
be
a conscious
alone
decision to make
on that
gear
front,
more powerful.
Nirvani.
Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together. Be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really
I'll probably focus
even
more on
think
the
about it in
league
the point
mechanic
of comparison. We just kind of like
this time
went,
around,
back
especially
then we
since
went
it is an alternate
really
end
back
game.
to the basics and evaluating a lot of our
Which is
base
cool.
balance. And so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want
PoE
gear to
2's
do?
fun.
What do we want
It's
the passive
good.
tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how to, which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean
couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE1 quite a bit.
The class stats were stronger than
you know, you get
stuff,
the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like, we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but
yeah, okay.
Just a little bit.
Maybe.
Well, more the ease of it, the ease of getting it, but that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
more of
definitely
an
looking
in-game
forward to
problem.
the
But yeah,
patch
no,
notes
I
dropping,
would
which
say,
we're still like over 45
I'm
minutes away on
personally
that.
pretty happy,
So they're gonna be
honestly,
chatting
with
it up
how
for
it
a
is.
little bit.
You know,
just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how
Poison
much
Pathfinder's
power do you
been
get
very
for free,
good
right? Like,
so
ultimately,
far.
that's what it comes down to. Is like
I
if
do
my
want to see
gear,
if
if
they
I'm
have
wearing
any
all white
changes
gear,
planned.
like how powerful is my character
Right.
from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason
that
for that-
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE1, where there was more just base stuff,
right?
you know, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, you know, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, you know, we you know, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just
that's
one of the
not entirely base in
Entirely,
PoE1,
no,
but you
but
because
yeah.
you have base life.
Yeah,
technically
yeah.
kind
Yeah,
of is,
I get what you
as
mean.
in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like it's still pretty.
Yeah,
happy
if
with the
anything,
decision
I
to, like,
just think
remove that
Ranger
from the
nerfs
tree.
are what are
I mean,
happening
look, we
this
just
week.
wanted to.
I mean,
we just didn't.
damn it,
It's more
buffs,
of that decision is mostly
specifically
around
to
not wanting
poison
every character
because
just
of the
another one of those
range
cases of every
system.
character being the same.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like
the
we'd rather
druids.
you specialized in the defense that relates to your
buffs.
character rather than just the same stat
see.
that every character should use. So yeah, we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean,
of-
we've obviously still got imbalance here,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
there's obviously still work to do.
yeah.
Never ending. So, like, you know, the tree will just continue to evolve. And, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the Druid ones. But not just that. Like, we added more, like, Ignite support on the around the Mercenary, you know, for example, this time, like, as in 040. We're doing that. And then there's some changes to, like, more some prod speedy stuff. Because, like, we were, like, you know, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale. And it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen. And so we're like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, you know. So we're doing a
Anything
bunch of
to
like
follow
little
up.
increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in
Back to square
kind of
one.
the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot. How do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling, and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life.
They
and,
sure are.
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
I guess
going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. Is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
A little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that the, like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making it's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover.
Hey, thank you for the
Like,
T1
sort
sub,
of
Tyrannus.
That is still the
aiming in that
intention. Yes,
direction.
that is still the intention.
I like that.
It's
That's
just
really
really
kind. We
easy for
appreciate
all
it.
of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yeah. Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know? And I mean, like, it's okay
I wonder how they
sometimes if
nerf
it's
ghost
like via
stats.
an
They just make it
insanely like. I mean, Ascendancy
recharge
is a
slower,
perfect example of doing this, right? Like,
recharge
it just straight
less,
up ES
both.
leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you can eventually achieve, and now your character's like
Nice.
freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push
Yeah, a
ES to
little
be recharge based. And as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about. And all of a sudden now, yep, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously, you'd do this.
Yeah.
I imagine
I
there's
feel
a lot of
like
incomplete picture going on.
Amazon's
going to
get nerfed.
You're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And so it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
Cool.
look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the
everybody
wrong
thinks they're
person in
ready
that
to balance.
position,
Nobody's ready
who
to
knows
balance.
where you'll end up.
I'm not.
So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more. And
What's
we're not
up,
just gonna
almost
be,
an athlete? The
up to,
patch
like,
is
what,
looking
1 or 2 of
interesting.
us.
So
I mean,
class stuff
historically,
is
it's been
looking
pretty
really
much
good.
me and Andrew, and that's it.
And
You've got your elite
the
squad. You're
league
building your elite
mechanic
squad
looks
of
sick.
balanced ninjas now.
But the in-game
Pretty much,
patch
yeah.
is not
And,
really the in-game patch.
I mean, if we end up
people
with
were
like
hoping
5 of
for.
us, it's
So,
a very, very. Considering I also have
kind
to
of a mixed bag. It's
do the
mostly
leagues
good.
and the
It's
in-game and
mostly
the
good.
monsters and the bosses and oversee all of
But
that.
there's,
It's
like,
pretty hard to also
no
be able to find a
Atlas
lot of time
passive
to sit
tree
there with the
rework,
spreadsheets and with the
no
game and going, what does this build do?
wholesale
What can
Atlas
it do? So
rework.
getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms
Everything
of
else though is good.
You know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh. You want to update. You want to make new. There's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, bring them in. Not, whatever.
You want to make good things bad, quotable time.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Maybe not that. But it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out. Especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles. That's fine. Which should be cool.
You might say that they're going
On the,
for one battle
gear
after
power
another.
level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high
Yeah, I
quantities.
understand. I think a lot of people are
I think
feeling
it
that way.
exacerbates other issues like uniques being.
I think
less viable
worst
because
case
they don't
scenario
have
for a
them,
lot
for
of people, it'll be
example.
fun.
And it does seem to be
Break over the
overpowered that's
holiday
like
to just play
overriding
some
other
PoE 2.
aspects of gearing.
I'm
It
definitely
becomes
going to get into
kind
it.
of a
I'll
make or
play at
break
least 2
stat in
builds.
many cases.
Maybe more.
Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and it was something where like you would you sort of had this baseline of some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this like, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone.
I expected that
goodbye
one.
homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was
W's.
I particularly was like I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably.
Yeah.
But like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2.
All right.
So
a little bit
But
more
anyway, that's
talking
kind of
about
off the
news.
point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
It's
crafting
real easy
in a
to
minute,
just
yeah.
pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Yeah, talismans will be fun to play around with.
But,
Figuring out ways to shove druid
yeah, there
forms
is an
and
issue.
other stuff will be a lot of fun.
I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular
power.
that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do.
Was
and we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. The increase in the mana cost.
Oh,
but
I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A
'cause you
offensive
can-
weapon is not the
Yeah.
only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like,
That might be it.
and
That
that's
might be
it.
part of
It's
yeah.
just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this
very
way,
nice.
or there's this
Very
way,
nice
and
athlete.
that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
It is quite hard to think of more multiplicative ways to.
was you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being.
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, there's of this inevitable like we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that because like it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just I think it kind of sucks as a thing personally. I'm just not a fan of
the
it.
damage is extra.
That's another take on
I
that
mean, that's well. We've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking the it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased.
I mean, okay, that's interesting.
Specific
I guess.
damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. What else?
Oh, thank you for the
prefixes.
follow, Jay Viper.
Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want, like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you, well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better. But that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem. But it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you
focus
actually
every
made a
time?
ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through your campaign.
Yes. So when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapons, so you're going from like...
Ziggy stare. Very intense.
Random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower.
The wholesale in-game for your
And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit damage
Druid
penalty
looks
was
good.
mismatched
There's
in a lot of
quality
spots.
of life
And so you
happening.
get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a whole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade and it's frustrating. And
boy,
that's what
I
it actually
know
feels
about
like when you
that.
actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately we saw it. He was
we've
like, okay,
done
we
it-
need
we're
to
doing a
do
little
that.
bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like, you get to endgame and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices.
It's
for
the
all these
thing that
weapons,
Reddit is going to bitch
bunch
about
of different
for
cool
the next,
implicits,
like,
changing some of them
3
around,
months.
just reevaluating the damage of them all. Just
I
the
wouldn't be
base
surprised
stuff.
if we get some of it
Generally
early
speaking,
in a
pretty much
041 patch.
all of them going up across the board in little
I
ways.
think League
like,
mechanic looks
nothing
good, the
make or break,
classes
but
look
like,
good,
it's enough of a
Belly
thing that
fog,
as you're going
quality
through
of
the
life is
campaign, you're not
good.
just like, where the heck are my upgrades?
There's definitely still more
And also at the
builds
end
to
game, just increasing
explore.
a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds.
Yeah, I mean, you
and
can't
whatnot,
argue that it's like
yeah, it's
good.
kind of one of those things that you know,
that
it's
the
easy to
in-game
go a little
revamp's
bit
being pushed to
underappreciated, but
05.
you know, it matters. Like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff, it does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good.
It does
And,
make me think that
you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah,
05 is
we
April.
just in the process of
April.
adding the Druid weapons,
Yeah,
we're like,
it
well,
was
let's
4
go do
months
the rest
after
of this
April.
right as well while
August
we're at it.
is the earliest we could get the
we've still got a
game
bit more to do there,
in
but
1.0.
I don't know if that will come in.
So
in
we're not
this,
going to do the
you know,
in-game
week to
revamp
come and or
as the
like,
1.0
opposed to
patch.
afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But you know, at the same time,
And
you
if
don't
it's
wanna
not
rush it and
August,
mess it
if
up.
anything goes awry, that
yeah, I
means
don't know.
December is the
Random thing.
release.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially
Damn
now
right.
that it affects
This is a good
currency
question.
drops, and which makes it
Thank
feel
you,
very
Ziggy.
mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with
Well, I
it.
think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like,
Damn.
it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like this is the annoying thing. Is it's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod. Like the mod pools wouldn't work.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan,
there is an
unfortunately,
interesting
is
thing we
correct.
see
If
where
they
we
remove
and
rarity,
I don't
then you cap
like,
your resistance.
for sure. It is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just
There's nothing else there.
absolute 1,000% misunderstandings
So-
of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, "Look, it does exactly this change," and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly
I think it'll die,
mass
and I think it'll be replaced with probably like a
misunderstanding
bunch of
with-
like.
Again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden. There's some formula.
See, I think there's
somewhere,
like interesting
you know,
utility
that no one
mods you
has
can slip
access
in
to.
there on a like a piece by
Except
piece
for us.
basis.
And you've
you
always
know,
been a bit
immune to
secretive on drop
burning
related stuff
ground,
in particular.
immune to chilled
and,
ground on boots, that kind
are
of
you
thing.
guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like
Reduce bleed
misinformation?
We wanted
effect
to
on
make
you
it,
on body armor.
Clear.
Lots
We
of stuff
wanted.
like
We
that.
we were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and
Chance to
actually
sap
display the actual
enemies on
value?
gloves, like whatever.
But that is at
I think there's a
conflict
lot
of
of
removing
interesting
it. So
utility
there's a
mods
little
that
bit of
would be
like we just
useful,
got to pick our
but they have to
direction here.
make
And
It's also it's
one of
inherently
those
unclear
and scatter
even
them
to
all
us
around and
in
make it
some
make
sense.
sense.
Like we can't say like
Instead of
the
just
number of the
rarity's a
okay,
good
but that sounds a
stopgap.
bit weird. But what I mean by
Make
that
it,
is like it's not like
put it on all
when
the
you
gear,
get that it
you're
just
done
increases
before
currency.
lunch.
Like it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff? Or?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that, and that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work
but
out
I
what
like
it actually
that
did.
idea.
So yeah, it's like
Finding exposure immunity.
yeah, I
sounds
understand that might seem
good.
strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated, And yeah,
Oh boy,
there's like
they
so
are.
many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point, even like what the relationship between one number.
It's funny
and
how
another
much
can
stuff
even
in
be.
this game is complicated
so,
and how much
yeah.
is like.
I think the takeaway
so
is
simple.
Jonathan said he's removing it.
I
so
want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace
Yeah,
it with.
so-
No, I mean that's
I'm
good.
Like, I
That's
don't-
very, very
it's okay. I
difficult.
don't need to understand it.
It's
then.
exactly,
Even if
it's
we-
exactly
even if
the
it's
same
still in the
conversation
game
if we
until
bring up what
1.0
Dex gives us
or past
as a
1.0,
yeah.
it's
It's
still,
like
like,
it's 100%
something to
the
look
same
forward
type of
to.
problem.
So what should give? What
Oh
should Dex
Jesus!
give?
Yeah.
What do we make
It does
Dex
mean you
give
want to get
rid
as
of?
much as you can still until then.
Exactly.
It's a non-zero
Dex,
increase.
yeah,
so
Scales
it's-
currency draws.
Yeah,
kidding.
exactly.
Through several layers of
unfortunately.
abstraction.
Gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only for a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes
Alright.
sense.
Cool.
Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall.
Oh boy,
just
yeah.
in terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and lightning damage
I'm not going to
overall?
say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think, all of the skills that had
Yeah,
multiplicative
I mean,
shock
good.
effect are
Good that he did.
now increased. So
I have
they
to-
sit
I have to a
additively
minute.
with the
I'll be back.
tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't
Tons of things
that
are buffed.
aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about a like let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure. Like cold was
But ultimately,
intended to be that way.
ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because,
if
you know,
you-
you need to, you know, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So, you know, that's
Unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but
they
that's
are
what I mean, right?
sticking
Because
around and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah, okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah,
as well as some
shock. I mean,
specific
shock is
change.
pretty hectic.
Yep.
Kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there, then, you know, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like, already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like, even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yep.
So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there, and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change. But yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do a like, I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. You know, it's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do, for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think
Yeah,
it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just
That's
the
what I'm
feeling when
saying.
they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned, you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
of like
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through again a keystone.
Yeah, it kind of just seems like they're not making huge changes on that front,
flat,
which
and it
is a little surprising.
It is, as you said. It's just, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and I'm not going to say there's none. There are some,
I
but
like
it's not enough. It's
the idea of scaling.
Overall,
Ignite
I say it just hasn't
up
got
big on a warrior, but it just hasn't been great right now.
We want to,
or on a bear
backtracking
for that
a little
matter.
bit on the gearing. We touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there.
I agree.
3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good. And how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like, definitely feel like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like,
and then force on like plus
I feel like this is illegal.
So on weapons.
What?
So strong.
What of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah, 100%.
Hell yeah.
Right? Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and
about that,
or enough feedback to go and make
which
some
they do
sweeping
have
changes.
Some
that
situational
people find that getting
proliferation.
It's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear.
Yet,
is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished, and I could see people being very binary on that for sure, but then it's like, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from.
Yeah, exactly.
And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong, like for example the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows.
Yeah,
it's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can go in high value. That's not intentional. Like, the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely
I doubt it.
Feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it,
I mean, that's how
I would rather just craft from a white base, and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so what's the point?
Would drop like,
but yeah, there's a bit of that, and so but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like.
Rares.
That's obviously right. Let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So, yeah, fine tooth comb, being very careful with it. For sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Like Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss crafting? Now that that's going core, is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not
Yeah, I
changing
agree
very
with
much
that.
aside
I don't
from the
think the tier
removal of
system has been
waystone
successful.
crafting from
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
There'll be a few number changes around. But
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But it's still there when you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, there's things here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
a few.
I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it. And
Awesome.
if you want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of the Vaal stuff too. Well, the new Vaal stuff.
Yeah.
Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain.
Async trade has been so good
really
for the
high
game.
end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like, if we have a end-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that.
Yeah.
We're finally, we can put that in our review mirror. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So,
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like, the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like, there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where, like, people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like,
yeah,
well,
I mean, I think
that definitely can happen. But at the end of the day, like, retention
point.
isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of, like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because, when it comes right down to it, like, our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like, we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for.
I mean, that's something I've always respected about
this. You're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, retention isn't directly a thing that we're, like, optimizing for exactly in that way. It's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? Like, how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyper fixated on
sure.
retention numbers.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
I
like it
think
doesn't
players
matter either,
definitely
right? Because you
fixate on
can, on
Steam
some level,
charts too
judge the
much.
success of how much people like the league based on
Yeah,
that.
it can tell you how much fun people are having.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, then
Yeah,
we're
I
happy.
mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have
So-
played less this league, but maybe you
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated
Enjoyed
in some
yourself
ways, but also sort of related in others.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out. Then the crafting trading thing, I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Yeah.
Agreed. So good. So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Oh,
Good
very
answer.
insightful. Thank
Yes.
you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but I'm
Well,
asking too
I mean,
much.
adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of, I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them, and it's quite interesting because
That's
obviously
pretty
before it was
interesting,
like
actually.
the double socketable effect on boots, put all
Yep.
the speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got, and it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type.
Yeah.
So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it
I
overall
don't mind
makes the
that.
amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very
People were
expensive.
so insanely fast and super
which is kinda
super
cool.
high gear levels. So whatever.
What else is not much
I
else has
suspect
really
this is
changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But
Yep, that would
I know
be
you guys
good.
are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like,
Yeah.
I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always
that's
will.
a thing. Yeah,
There's probably some people that want to move
faster. Yeah.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree. But
Yeah,
I don't
I've
know.
been more on that side of things. So maybe
I
makes sense when
guess.
the map's a little smaller, so move speed's less important. I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on. Yeah, it was that topic. Okay, cool. Thanks, team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well
Yeah.
at this point. Yeah.
We're at the same stance on that, really. Which is it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. It's an interesting
Yeah, I
thing
mean,
where
that's the thing,
one
right?
discussion
Is if-
might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean?
I think the
seen
difference and the
Acolyte
argument
Chair
I've always
get
made
mentioned
with
a lot.
move speed on
I have
boots
not
is
played
it
that
is
class, so I can't
mandatory
speak to it too
across
closely,
all
but,
build
is
archetypes.
that one that is getting
We've
some
done number
love,
buffs
I
at the
think?
very least, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think almost every Ascendancy class has some level. Like honestly, some of it is like one node changed. Some of it, like for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like
All right, I'm
we
interested.
Got
That's
rid.
real
I mean,
interesting.
Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague.
Damn it.
And we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper.
Okay, well, that's
we
not so
got rid of
bad.
that like
Damn.
multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, for just like, doing some crazy builds.
Damn,
and,
my brain.
I think there's even a new
is gonna
notable
get
on there where
huge.
normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage defenses and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or
reduced. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with chaos.
There's quite a lot of just monk generally improvements as well.
This just seems like a buff. This just seems like so much of a buff.
Every
Pathfinder's
class is
gonna be
kind of
awesome.
pretty much everywhere.
This sounds great.
I think the patch notes
You just run Herald of Plague. You just don't think about Herald of Plague and Herald of Blood spreading
we have a thing where we're
anymore.
doing
You just assume that's dead. You just run
bunch of
Herald
changes
Plague,
to
and that takes care
specific
of that.
monsters for being spectered.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be not, because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So
very excited.
I want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention is
10
that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing... I've held back... From the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement.
Good. I wanted Ice Ranger to be
kind of
playable.
I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that.
Yeah, I did play around with ice fragments.
What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is. And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like. I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, boss ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards.
Okay.
Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Hey, thank you very much for the Prime sub, SBCA.
I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but
technically they added like
no, melee is
melee
never,
weapons
never
between
right
bear,
in any game ever.
wolf.
No, it's like, because it's kind of true, right?
It's quite. There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying.
Maces,
it's like
quarterstaffs.
Doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half ranged weapon. I guess.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Or half melee.
And I know we need swords. I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are.
I want axes actually more than swords, which I never felt that way in PoE1.
Getting added to the game at some point.
At some point we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It
Yeah,
seems.
yeah.
I feel like
It's,
axe skills are going to
bit
wind up
too
being
fundamental, isn't it?
For sure.
Those are a bit cool.
single target kind of
Yeah,
faster.
I mean,
and
we were
very
talking about the
hard-hitting,
Ascendancy, so
and
yes,
then
a
maces
lot
are
of
gonna be a big
numerics,
slow clear, and that's
some
ultimately going to
more
be the melee
broader
drain.
changes.
Once the game's in like 1.0 or
Some
whatever,
getting a little bit,
1.1.
some getting a lot. Like just because it doesn't
It's
get a
all, like,
little,
fleshed
just because it's
out.
getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Yeah, I see that. With the Smith and
know,
Katava, it looks like it'll be buffed.
Kind of a lot better
Yeah,
now.
I think so.
Sure, we
Lead for
nerfed it.
axes, stun for
yeah,
maces,
lots of,
so you
like,
use
around
maces
the-
and
I
AoE
mean,
and
honestly,
slow.
like,
Use maces
I want to say
clear.
90%
maybe.
of all the balance changes
Axes
are
to single
probably in
target,
the direction
maybe.
of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap has narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less
That's
bad about
good.
decisions, and so that's ultimately the goal.
Maybe
and we'll
ice
get there
archer is the
eventually, but
move
yeah, huge step in the right
in the
direction, I'd
coming
say.
league. I mean, that would be enough
But yeah,
of a change
and then
of
things
pace
like Alta
for people to be
Louise,
happy, I think.
you know, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing, when you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. You know, some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know enough
Instead
about
of waiting for
cold
that,
buff
can we just do
skills
some
to be
numbers
like,
for
there's
now?
a great combo
Do the rework
here.
later
I
to
think
really
there's
give it
just
what it
not
truly should be.
available yet.
If so, let's do that, and then
Like there is with like lightning rod,
bench
lightning
that
arrow.
thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The balanced ninja squad is currently focusing on clear speed. It sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, you know, up
Nice.
at the top tier.
So it looks like they are
Getting quite close
redifying
to
it and
patching, so we'll
buffing
rapid
everything
fire
else
some
instead of
things
just
off
only
here.
nerfing lightning arrow.
It seemed like
I'm
at
sure
one
it'll get
point,
nerfed.
like,
It'll
druids
probably
were
get
going to
lightning
have
spear
claws as
nerfed,
their
to
weapons,
be
so
honest.
that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
That might have
they
been
were
the
like
case a long
That
time
was
ago.
actually
that was
that was
a node
actually
or
for the
something.
Huntress.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
probably
They've, like,
not anytime soon. No.
Decided not less interesting than
Yeah,
other
yeah.
options. Yeah, all right, cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
So it's,
And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, you know, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like, it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems, because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And you know, yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
looking forward to it, so I can
Yeah, I know.
actually
I
do
know.
inventory management.
I know.
controller.
We will have it, but yeah,
Controller inventory. Oof,
Yeah,
no.
but yeah.
Okay, good news. It's being worked on daily. It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't know how to have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, you know, like it'll be, I really want it to be next year. But
We certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. It's certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like, you know,
you need to do.
You gotta.
we want people to play the game still and
Exactly,
enjoy
yeah,
it,
they
and
do.
you know, do what we want to do. But so yeah, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much like extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like, we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean, that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
Worthwhile.
So
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
so
true.
that's what needs to happen first. So, you know,
It's a good trade-off.
yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you were saying. Like looking at the side by side footage was like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over promising.
Under promise.
And so under promise and over deliver was the plan. But effectively, like I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to like make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is
talk a little bit more
obviously
about
there's just sort of traditional
stuff
optimization
for
that
after,
happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making
after the
sure
patch
we're
note
multi-threading
reading, which
things
is
better,
like
taking advantage of more CPU cores.
a couple minutes away.
If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so you know that
this
GPU
is
is not
so
so much of a
important.
concern.
This is so important
then
right here.
CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, you know, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. And, you know, just, traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there.
I know people are disappointed by the lack of
so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
This
but as I said, like not
is more
consistently in all
important than
cases.
that.
So and
it really
consoles
is.
obviously saw a
Not that
huge
they're mutually
improvement.
exclusive, but this is
consoles
the
just have bigger
most
CPUs
important
than
issue the
PCs
game
do.
had.
So therefore,
It
when
ran
you're doing
like
CPU
ass,
optimization,
which
consoles
is
are what's going
not
to benefit from that.
good.
And it's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, like, you know, like the thing with multi-threading is that, like, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing
I
as we
hope
can.
there's
to
no
fix all those
crashing.
kinds
I
of
did
issues.
have that happen.
Effectively,
Patch 0.2
that
release,
would
I
be
lost
worry,
like
but
an hour
I think
on
that
League Launch
it was
because I
definitely
just got
worth
stuck in a
taking the
crash
plunge
loop.
and doing that stuff because it is way better. You know,
Same.
I probably should make like a video
Literal
on
same.
exactly like, you know, some of the like go into
that'd be
a
cool.
deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
I know there's a
It
lot of
it
detail there
feels
for you.
like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
Ridiculous
things that like,
yeah.
oh, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing. Is
Yeah,
you know?
it's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and like it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's not. It's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah,
for
no,
like a
exactly.
while.
So that's the other thing is like I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point like when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and you know, like I wanted to actually.
Well, I'm
get back
glad
in
that
there
they're
and spend a
taking
bit of
this
time
like
on it, and
very
as I said,
seriously.
already
Because this has
it's
been
so
my
much
biggest
better now.
problem with the game,
But
more so
we'll
than
be
the
even better
end
than
game.
that.
Awesome.
Is
Fantastic.
I loved
news.
Warrior. Like honestly,
patch notes are
I thought
here.
after last
All right, we
league's
will end
start,
there and let
No one's
people go
interested in
and
listening to us
Warrior
anymore.
people,
I've
which is very
Oh,
big
alright,
shift from how we are in
everybody's
PS1.
gone.
But it was just making my
Thank you very much,
GPU
guys.
like
It was
go
a pleasure to talk to you
berserk
once again.
the whole
and I
time.
look forward to checking it out and going and playing.
And then
some.
we found the
Excellent.
Poison Pathfinder
Thank
build,
you.
kind of
Good to
stumbled
have
our
you
way
here.
into
Alright,
that,
thanks for
and
the
now it's
questions,
just
everyone.
like,
We'll
Thanks,
see you next
everyone.
time. Thanks for watching.
Cameras
you
on,
know,
so just
so
look at you.
perfect.
Look forward to it.
All right, that's the boys. We'll do a patch notes reading here in a second. I just want to grab a drink real quick. Set up for that. See if patch notes are up. They should be up. Okay, they're up. All right, we got them pulled up. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're here. Stream titles should be updated, saying that we're reading patch notes now. Looks like we're good on that front. Okay, I'm gonna just give it a second here, and then I just sort of had an impromptu goal here, or whatever, a brainstorm out of nowhere. Like, just record this, and then maybe this is an easier way to do, instead of doing a whole, like, offline patch note reading later. Like, you just chop this up a little bit. This is probably how better streamer content creators do their stuff, right? Imagine doing the work one time instead of twice. That's so much more efficient. Okay. First things first. Absolute most important thing. They talked a bunch about Pathfinder. Kind of made it sound like they buffed the hell out of it. So let's take a... Oh my god, he buried the lead. Wow. Wow. Alright, so this is just a straight buff, right? Contagious contamination, gone. Dead. Fine? I think it's okay. Like, you just do Herald of Plague, which I think you don't get at level 4 gym. I think that's level 7. So you start out, it does kind of nuke your clear a little bit early, but not really. Not really. Practical Remedies is this garbanzo up here, and the thing is, Sustainable Practices is very underrated. Like, I know there was a ton of love last league for Stalking Panther, right? You know, it made you just, like, insanely unkillable on Glamazon if you set it up right. And the thing is, Sustainable Practices is way easier to set up, and it's really good. And that just seems easier, I think. Running Assault giving you you can sprint through all maps all the time permanently. You can sprint in boss fights. It does mean you're not using Roa, but like that's kind of... I'm just thinking, right? Like if you free up 2 points, then you're just taking overwhelming toxicity, and that's it. And then you have this Path Seeker node that you have to take in order to get Traveler's Wisdom. So Contagious Contamination is gone. You take Overwhelming Toxicity, Relentless Pursuit, and Running Assault. That doesn't leave you any points to do anything else, which is okay, because you could do... I think Enduring Elixirs is bad still. I think you just take Sustainable Practices as your final point, and then you're done. But if you wanted Traveler's Wisdom, you could do Path Seeker, which gives you damage, global defenses, cost efficiency instead of your stat points. And then you also get, yeah, passive points. Interesting. So I don't think Traveler's Wisdom is great in this after the change. Now that I'm understanding this, you're able to, instead of taking like 5 dexterity, you're able to take 5% increased damage. Maybe that is good. But I don't know. 5% increased global defenses in like 10, 15 nodes though is like, that's really good. So maybe at like super high end gearing, that's good. But yeah, if you don't use Roa and you're just able to sprint everywhere and not be stunned, that's pretty incredible. Gearing becomes easier. You're just straight up able to be tankier because you can just run more evasion on your body armor. And then you can combine that with, like, Sustainable Practices more easily. So, evasion or energy shield or whatever on your body armor, I should say. Also, I don't know, like if you do this, you get 4 passive skill points instead of 5, but you could start at Warrior or Sork. What do you get out of starting over here at Warrior? Melee damage? Armor? Like what's the benefit of being over here and getting armor or melee damage? Nothing, right? Energy shield or spell damage. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't think that's great. But 4 passive skill points is still 4 passive skill points, so it's not bad. the potential of getting like 75% increased global defenses if you have enough stat budget that you can afford it is like pretty cool. But like worst case scenario, League start gear, your gear is garbage. You're not taking either of these. You're not taking Traveler's Wisdom or the new Path Seeker. You're just going Contagious Contamination is gone, so you're just going here to Poison first. Relentless Pursuit second. Running Assault third. You don't need to use Roa. You can sprint everywhere all the time, and then your final points go into Sustainable Practices, unless concoctions actually wind up being good, which I doubt. And there you go. This is just straight buff. So the only thing that changes here is that bleed, Herald of Blood, Herald of Poison, Plague, whatever it is. Those don't work very well together, which let's just double check. Surprisingly, they didn't nerf Herald of Blood and Plague overlapping, which I think means you could just use a little less Spirit and still run Herald of Plague and Herald of Blood. You'd need a little bit of Spirit if you're going to run Ghost Dance, which I guess we can check Ghost Dance. Ghost Dance. Okay. So they nerfed it exactly the way that I think we thought. It's way less effective, like 3 shrouds, 6-second cooldown instead of 3, 3 shrouds instead of 5. So it's like a huge nerf, but still very good. Let's just double check if Wind Dancer is still good. It's honestly still fine. I mean, yeah, there's only the 2 Heralds, right? So that's pretty much that. And Herald of Thunder got a small nerf, not too bad. Okay, great. Okay, so this just feels like a big buff to one of the 2 builds that we really dig. It feels like a big fat buff to Pathfinder. So now the other thing to check, I suppose, is Deadeye. When Word is gone, Bullseye is now called Shots. 10 critical weakness, that seems like a buff. And that's interesting. All right, so not the big Deadeye nerf patch that we expected, right? Because Wind Ward was just this bonus over here. Less damage taken per Tailwind that nobody uses. Who cares? Yeah, I'll put the patch notes link in both streams, chats, right now. Alright, now let's just check Warrior, I guess Titan, really. Titan, Surprising Strength is removed. Is that the life bonus? No, that's Mysterious Lineage. It's this one. More damage against heavy stunned enemies. That's probably for the best. That wasn't very good. Oh, they just rolled it into Crushing Impact, but cut it down. I think that's good. And then a new Ascendancy that gives every 3rd slam skill that doesn't create fissures, creates an additional Aftershock to this, right? And that has to take Crushing Impacts. I think that's still not getting used, but, you know, interesting. Okie doke, let's start at the top and do a little dramatic patch note reading. New Fate of the Vaal League, blah blah blah, all the stuff that we already saw in the reveal. I don't think we're learning anything here. I think the idea of like giving you a mechanic that allows you to use an Exalt on your gear in the campaign or whatever is like chef's kiss, no notes, great. Abyssgo and Core, obviously good. Druid looks good, but Oracle and Shaman being the 2 Ascendancy classes both seem a little more castery than I expected, which is fine, but I thought there would be like a very feral, wild-stalkery Ascendancy as one of the options from the start, so I feel like if you really want to just be a bear, I'm thinking Titan might be the move. Alright, new lineage supports, that's good. Ton of passive skills to the passive tree. Cannot wait for that JSON to come out. That's gonna be huge. Talismans are great, you know. Gonna give you a bunch of new melee skill options, essentially. I noticed a lot of really good clear looking stuff for Bear, so like that is the one thing that we're really looking forward to figuring out, I think. Because Poison Pathfinder seems like there's going to be some stuff to like do, but like whatever, it'll sort itself out pretty quickly. But figuring out how to balance bear form and mace skills, if there even is any balance of them, maybe you just play a bear as a titan. That could be pretty dank. Okay, this is super important. Like, way better performance on your CPU cores is huge. Yeah. Okay, starting in Act 2, Abyss is going to be in the game. Okay, they had said in the Endgame is when they said it in the stream, but maybe I just misunderstood. So it is going to be in Act 2, so it'll be in the same spot that it already was. And that's good. There we go. There is the nerf to Deadeye. All right. 1% move speed, 2% skill speed, 10% evasion, 1% damage from deflected hits per stack. And then because it's Tailwind, as soon as you take a hit, it's all gone still. So that's way better. Based on armed attack time is 1.65 instead of 1.4. That's a pretty big buff to Hollow Palm, or whatever it's called. Hollow Palm. Rage spending costs have all been changed to 10. It no longer causes a visual effect until you have 10. Okay. Rage generation pauses decay, of course. There we go. There is the nerf right here. Okay, that makes sense. That Hollow Palm would get nerfed. Alright, here we go. This is probably just them setting it up so that they can have, like, whatever, better scaling values on Hollow Palm so they don't go quite so crazy at the high end of gearing, and then also maybe setting up some, like, quote-unquote counts as unarmed weapon, uniques in the future. This one right here. Called it. This was on my list. Constricting command nerfed, and this is the way that they've done it. You can never be surrounded if you're not at least near one enemy. So that's the fix, and that is a good fix. That does kind of crater the big unique that everybody was using all of last league, but honestly, it's for the best. Also, Fizz DR from armor can no longer zero out damage. That makes sense. I never realized that that was happening, but good. Okay, this is this is hilarious. I also didn't know that this was happening, but I'm glad that it's gone. Yeah. Oh, yeah, manually activating skills instead of automatically activating. That's for the best. All right, Deadeye, we already kind of looked at this. This is definitely a nerf to Deadeye with Tailwind getting yoinked. Like 1% move speed, 2% skill speed, like big nerf. And when word is gone, which I don't know that you really use that anyway, but you definitely not now. So, Deadeye's still really good. We'll see once we get to the skills and look at Lightning Arrow and Lightning Rod, but Deadeye's still in good shape. It's just not, like, insane. This isn't like the Amazon Lightning Spear nerfs, for example, where they cut the flat crit in half and so on, or more than that. All right, we already talked about Pathfinder. It's sick as hell, right? It's so good. I guarantee you there are going to be Path of the Warrior builds that make sense. I think the thing is, I can see this being really good eventually once we have more weapons. Swords, axes. I think then it'll rock, but right now, eh. This Traveler's Wisdom feels like if you're going to play one build and just put like all of your eggs into the global defenses basket, that could be something. Or increased cost efficiency is a fascinating one. I think that only applies to skills. I don't think that's going to apply to Spirit Reservation, so I think that's garbage, but global defenses is not garbage. That's good. Couple of very basic changes to Amazon. Let's just take a look. Amazon, that's Elemental Surge, right? When you consume a charge, you get 3 lightning surges. When you consume a charge, get 2 of each type. That's this one? Yeah. Okay, so it's like more consistent. That's neat. It is weird that the first one is like very lightning coded, and then the other one is tri-elemental. Not necessarily a bad thing though. Okay, wow. That is quite a lot better for the horrendous ritual sacrifice, stolen modifier duration, and then don't you worry, I'll come back to this. Ritualist got a big buff. The issue with it is it's the same as it always was, right? Ritualist is not an Ascendancy League start, period. And Amazon kind of isn't great for League starting either in the current state of the tuning, but like as the Whispers demand, the Ritual Sacrifice was horrible and it lasted for like no time at all. I still think it's bad, but like it is better. I guess maybe we're gonna start getting away to quality passively granted skills, or maybe that's coming in the future, but maybe that's a unique in this patch finally. This bonus, 15% more damage. You have to use Blood Boil, but that's okay, right? Normally you take the ring slot and then the Mystic Attunement. That is the whole Ascendancy, and then the rest of what you take is like, I guess you take a Charm slot. Fine. And then you take Blood Boil, and that's kind of it. That's Ritualist. You're done. It's not great. But now, I mean, literally, I think last league I was taking like the 3% move speed and like the charm charges or the life recovery rate, like just trash. But if you're getting 15% more damage out of this Ascendancy compared to what it was before, that's like big thumbs up territory because it was already really good. You just have to have a ton of gear. This is just like a massive multiplier on gear and thus cost, but if you're able to then multiply 15% more damage on it, that's hilarious. It does have the downside of having to actually ramp up. It takes like 2 or 3 seconds for Blood Boil to get on there, but, you know, deal with it. You're not going to need that for clearing anyways, considering you're wearing 3 rings. Okay, Warbringer, Imploding Impacts now grants fully broken armor you inflict, increases all damage taken from hits instead. That's, I forget, this bonus? Yeah, you can break enemy armor below 0, now it just gives you more damage. That could be good. I understood this was like bugged or didn't work very well. So, that could be good and kind of synergize nicely with some of the armor breaky stuff that we played around with and like before, like Molten One's Gift and, this one, Pylon? Yeah. Ancestral Warhorn minion now more consistently hits. Okay. Surprising Strength, we already talked about this. Titan stuff. Surprising Strength and Crushing Impacts. And this Mountain Splitter. I don't think any of these really do anything to change our build as we currently have it constructed. I actually think if we can pull up this page, the announcement page, I think the biggest thing that gets impacted is actually like a new skill here somewhere. Here we go. Volcano. I don't think you're going to go out of your way to use this like a bunch during the campaign, but I think very early in the campaign, you're going to want to take this as one of your first couple of skills on Warrior, and then like throw this down, rolling slam on top of it. I think that's it, but like I think that's going to massively increase your damage in Act 1. Like, you know, first 5-6 levels of Act 1, I think this is going to be huge. Anyway, back to it. Smith of Kitava. Okay, this is a lot of changes. I'll just say that you get 200 flat armor. No, Nirvani, the opposite. I think you got a big fat buff. I haven't gotten to looking at like Toxic Growth or Poison Burst Arrow yet, but it looks like Pathfinder is way better. You can sprint and never get stunned at all as a Pathfinder now, and you basically got 2 free Ascendancy points. So like because of that, you don't need to run Roa. Roa's done. Yeah, so you just run Herald of Plague, and then you can maybe just do Herald of Plague and Herald of Blood together, or just not bother with Herald of Blood. That's an option, but yeah, I think ultimately, I think we're just going to be not bothering with Roa, which is kind of good. Being able to sprint and not get stunned ever is crazy. So that's looking like a real front runner. Also, Deadeye got its move speed and whatever, everything from Tailwind got nerfed. That's true for all sources of Tailwind, which I think there's only the one. Helm. Yeah, Herald of Plague gives the exact same proliferation as Contagious Contamination, except I think it slows enemies when it spreads too. Other than that, no difference. Okay, I don't remember all these Smith of Kitava things, but let's stop and take a look. Oh my god, there's so many. Oh my god, there's so many. Okay, I'm not gonna read all of that. But what I will say is 60% increased glory, good generation, who cares? 100% thorns damage. Wow, I'm too much of a tourist to know what that means. 30% spirit could be really good. 100% reduced critical damage taken is awesome. Unaffected by all damaging ailments, so ignite, bleed, and poison. I like that. I still think this is not great, but the fact that the fire spell costs no mana, way better. The tempered weapon skill, no mana. Slightly better, but still kind of annoying to use. Oh wait, hold on. This one is temper weapon. Yeah, so you literally pull out a hammer and you slam on your weapon like really slow, like bang, 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 bang over the course of like a minute, and then it lasts for like 3 seconds. Yeah, that's still not very good. And then the living weapon. Yeah, I still don't really like any of those skills. So that's the issue with Smith of Kitava is you could do Coal Stoker and Forged in Flame and then like a couple, like 4 points over here, and it'll be a lot better than it was. Still think Titan's better. Titan gives you a massive amount of damage. You can use rank 3 Fist of War and combine that with Ancestral Empowerment, and then it's just popping off every other slam, and you're clearing screens. And then you're also getting like huge bonuses out of best Ascendancy node in the game, Hulking Form. Yeah, I already talked about it, but I'll just hit on the point with Pathfinder again. Running Assault gives you can't be heavy stunned while sprinting, which is this really awesome node that you would use early on in game anyway. This would be like your 4th point normally. So with Contagious Contamination being gone, this is your 3rd point. It also, they're cutting out this Practical Remedy, so sustainable practices you can take. This is a really good defensive node, or you could just take Traveler's Wisdom, the new version of it. That would work too. Okay, alright, so we're on Smith of Kitava, now we're moving to Infernalist, stuff I know less about. Shocking lack of Blood Mage nerfs. 100% reduced life regeneration rate by Whispers of the Flesh, or from Whispers of the Flesh. That is this one. Yeah. I don't think this does anything. Like, it's cool to have enemies not regen life, but since Maven's not in the game, who cares? Alright. Okay, back in it. Infernalist. I barely know anything about Infernalist. I played it in patch 01 and I loved it, and then I don't remember anything else about it after that at all. Seething Body seems good, but like then you have to use Pyromantic Pact and stay on Eye Flame. I feel like this is an unused skill. Oh wait. I can just do this. This is Seething Body. Okay. There are 44 characters using this. Alright, well, I think that pretty much answers my question there. Even among Infernalists, it has a lower usage rate than, like, Eldritch Battery or Black Flame Covenant. Or elemental equilibrium. So it's bad. Okay, got it. Stormweaver, you have the infusions, you have to wait to spawn, and then you go pick them up, and you can get a second one. Now it's guaranteed to be 2 instead of just a 50% chance. +2 limit of elemental skills is interesting. Getting to have like 3 firestorms or whatever on the ground. Still don't think it's great. Ignoring the curse limit for Chronomancer is good. Being able to just basically have a free extra curse as a Chrono. But you're still playing a utility Ascendancy, ultimately, by playing a Chronomancer. And that hasn't changed. It does give 50% of hit damage dealt while cursed when the curse expires, previously 20 up to 33. So that's a pretty big jump for Chronomancer in terms of them being like a utility support, an aura bot, whatever. But I don't think they've done anything to make Sork more interesting with this. I think spell totems, but Sork doesn't feel any more interesting. Okay, Gimling Legionnaire, we're back into stuff I know. Gimling Legionnaire, Tactician, Witch Hunter. This is such a non-change for Gimling Legionnaire. I think this was how it was originally, and then they nerfed it down to what it is now, and then they're just rolling it back. Whatever, and then charge generation every 5 seconds.
What up?
What's up, yo?
I'm done.
Oh yeah? How was testing?
Yeah, last boss bugged.
Oh, really?
He's just stuck in place, and
That good,
no
huh?
resets are happening, so everyone decided to call it quits. Yeah.
Don't blame
was-
them.
There's a lot of that.
Oh, it was
happening.
a janky day in World of Warcraft raid testing. You don't say.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
don't say. That's unfortunate.
Now I feel like I have so much catching up to do.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of stuff in this patch. I'll just start with the good news. This is the 3rd time of repeating it. Big Pathfinder buffs.
Oh, I mean, great.
Yeah. Basically, they cut out the poison spreading, which was like your first Ascendancy. But you just get that through Herald of Plague, and then they added in literally something that I asked for, which actually I had marked an X on, I think, but actually, I didn't. All right, we're gonna switch over to blue pen, and we're gonna mark a
So they had kind of
double
they've kind of optimized it a little bit.
triple check mark on that. So, whatever. Normally, when you're sprinting around, you get hit by anything, 1 point of damage, you fall down, and now you're stunned. You broke your ankle for like 10 minutes. Pathfinder's just getting an Ascendancy node that just makes it so you can't be heavy stunned while sprinting. Period.
I like that.
Period. So you can
I
just
like that. I don't
permanently
like
heavy
being stunned,
sprint,
so.
or a super sprint. You can sprint during boss fights now, like Uber boss fights. You can sprint around to dodge mechanics.
That's good. I like to sprint.
Son. So yeah.
You like move fast.
Yeah. Most of the other Ascendancy changes I haven't seen much in the way of like big stuff, small nerfs to Deadeye. Okay. Tactician, the supporting fire skill granted by Unleash Hell. Notable passive skill has been updated. It's a 20-second cooldown. It fires way more shots, like 2.5 times more shots. 2 times more shots. It's way bigger, like double the size, and it does less damage. Oh, damn. You had me right until the end. They had me in the first half, not gonna lie. Okay, I mean, it's balanced, and it's better to use, but boy, oh boy. Thank you, Quick Guy. Well, we're very excited for the coming league, and especially the Pathfinder buffs. Oh man, Christmas came early for us. Let's see, strategic embankments. I don't remember what this is because I'm pretty sure it's totem related, and if it's totem related, my brain goes, turn off. Yep, it's totem related.
Yeah, Lerald's a totem hater.
I'm
not
a
a totem
totem
hater,
hater.
but he's a totem hater.
Oh, Spell Totem is being added in, though. Spell Totem grants 50% increased crit chance. Oh, damn. Okay. I'm not saying do this, but on the other hand, if you want to be a Spell Totem person, I think Tactician is, like, muy bueno for Spell Totems. You gotta figure out, I don't know. I barely speak English. It's very good.
True.
Yeah. This is good. This is real good. For spell totem enjoyers, which I'm not really, but I really just dislike attack totems. I actually think spell totems are a lot more fun. So with the way that those are, oh, by the way, those are in the game. You have to spend 3 endurance or power charges in order to use a spell totem, which means you have to have some sort of charge generation. But boy, oh boy, yeah. That's right, Healy. Yes, he would. Okay, Witchbane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their max life, previously 40. This is a buff. Okay, I'm going to have to read concentration and try to remember how that works again. Which is this one. Oh, right. So enemies cast skills less quickly based on their concentration, and if you're able to have a lower cap of it, that means you build up to them being whatever, stupider, faster. And then you also get up to 40% more damage based on their missing concentration, which, if the cap on that's lower, you're also getting up to that 40% faster. So this is actually kind of a nice buff to Witch Hunter. I think Witch Hunter is like super underrated because it has these very non-traditional damage reduction defensive bonuses. Where you're like making enemies weaker. You basically run around like enfeebling enemies instead of just being tanky yourself. But then Ceremonial Ablution, now protecting against Fizz and Chaos damage, so it works against everything, is really good. You do have to lose armor and evasion, which I don't love. But then you're turning it into a shield, so you're not really losing it, you're converting it. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Now instead grants. Okay, so we lose the increased effect and the faster recovery to make it instead grant Fizz and Chaos DR. I don't know. If Vonk are getting less evasion rating, 35% less instead of 50% less, it's just a straight buff. So Monk will be tankier if you want to go with the protect me from harm route, which people haven't really been playing. 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency from the Soul Springs Eternal is this one. 35% more energy and then 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. So you're going to be able to stock like a bunch more skills. So trigger skill Monk is getting like a buff. And then they're going to make it so that it's way slower to build up Unbound Avatar or way faster. Got it. Yeah, it's way faster. When you inflict an ailment with hit, period, no internal cooldown. But you only get one at a time. And you need, what is it, like 50, 60, 100? I think it's 100. But if you're hitting a pack of enemies, you're hitting like, 15, 20 times a second or whatever, you're regenerating that in like 5 seconds, right? So that's the reason for the 12-second cooldown. That could make that better. That might be a usable skill now. Same with Soul Springs Eternal. Like you could maybe do a trigger-based monk there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically. Yeah. Okay, Acolyte of Chayula. Let's point and laugh at the Ascendancy I played on my first character, which is still bad. Alright, 10 maximum darkness per level. So you hit level 80, you have 800 extra darkness. And that goes +1, plus the base 100, so 900 darkness. It's still really bad. No auras for 900 extra life. Terrible. The 8-second buff duration on Into the Breach is actually, like, pretty good. Because the 5-second duration is so short. And the flames being closer is good. Choice of power, choice of life, choice of mana grants 50% increased effect and pickup range. Okay. I don't remember how much damage you actually get out of the Waking Dream Purple Flame, so let's take a look. Waking Dream. Okay, try again. Into the Breach. 7% of damage. Man, this is so much closer to being good while still being bad. It lasts longer. It's easier to stack. 7%, and then it gets bumped by 50%. That's 10.5. You stack like 10 of them. 105% increased damage. Sounds really good. Or more damage, actually. Extra damage. But you do have to walk around and pick the stuff up. Yeah, you're spending 4 points doing that. That's a lot of investment. And then what else are you getting? You're getting either like this junk or chaos res or the volatility stuff. Like I don't know. I still think Chayula is bad. Even though it's better, I think it's bad. Grasp of the Void. It grants Void Illusion, which is the short-lived dodge roll copy that then enemies can hit and cause explosions, and you can scale that up, sorta, and it does double damage now, and it has 3 cooldown charges, and the cooldown is shorter. It's like still you have to be hit. It's basically Thorns with extra steps. Can't do it. Can't believe in that. All right, now for the big section here is the skill changes and the passive tree. So now let's really dig in. I mean, maybe. I think if you're playing Acolyte at Chayula, I think you have to go to Witch Area to get Remnant pickup range to make it like more playable. And then obviously you're taking Choice of Power, so you're just going all offense. You're spending 4 points to get offense. And then maybe you're doing Inner Turmoil and Unraveling or, I don't know, something else. But it's like you're taking a full offensive Ascendancy and not even really getting that much damage, and you have to work really hard to get it. Sounds like a good combo, right? Great plan. Okay. Elemental Archon stuff. That's good. I haven't really played a Elemental caster in this game yet at all. Neither of us have, so I don't know. Dang, they did nerf Hollow Palm a lot. Well, you know what? Guess who feels pretty smart about having not signed up to support Hollow Palm Ritualist going into the next league? Us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh boy. Yes, it does, Adobe. All right, Walker of the Wilds has been removed, and it's now added onto a new lineage support. Okay, this is Walker of the Wilds, by the way. Mana Leech recovers based on LE damage types instead of physical. This was really good right here because it allowed you to pick up some crazy overlapping stuff with Against the Darkness and From Nothing. Guarantee you that combo is not going to be the same. Not really the end of the world if it's gone. Really not a big deal. Like, what do we actually get? We got Material Solidification, Stupefy, Dizzying Hits, all useful, not mandatory in the slightest. Would be alright. LE Equilibrium grants your Infusion Remnants to be fire. Okay, yeah, just swaps them all. Got it. Right. Crimson Assault, 50% more magnitude of bleeding. Let's see where that is. That's got to be over in the southwest, or just maybe straight south. Southeast. Okay. Bleeding is aggravated. Base is 1 second. Oh, yeah. Well, 50% more magnitude of bleeding makes that a lot more usable. It's still not great, though. Bleed spears felt terrible when we played with them, and I don't imagine that's gotten better. Passives that granted reduced move speed penalty from using skills while moving on the passive tree have had their values lowered. Some passives on the tree now grant the stat to make up for some of this. Okay, here's what they're saying. Stuff like freedom of movement, and especially this bonus over here, unhindered. And I think there's another one over here that we kind of liked for warrior. No. Maybe these, yeah. These. Nope, I'm mistaken. Really just these two over here, freedom of movement and unhindered. Those have had some of their value spread around. Ultimately, I think if you're playing the Pathfinder build, I don't think it matters because Running Assault is less movement penalty. Those are reduced, so they have negative synergy with each other. You didn't really want to use them together. And now you still won't. Added a new bow cluster and modified a projectile cluster in the ranger section of the tree, granting surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. I wonder where that could be. Here-ish? Here, maybe? Three attack area of effect clusters to the monk part of the passive tree. 3? Okay, yeah, maybe you no longer need fork if you're getting multiple of those. Wow, this could be a big single target damage increase to the Poison Burst arrow then if you don't need fork, if you're just getting multiple arrows. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you could still use fork. Especially with if you're not using Herald of Blood and Herald of Plague, which seems like it's still on the table, especially with Roa being maybe gone so. If you're doing that, I think you might just be like basically just getting more damage, free extra shotgunning. 2 projectile speed clusters in the Merc section. I know what they said in the Ziggy D Q&A about this being like a great buff for shotgun users, and maybe it is, but it doesn't really feel like it's going to be useful for much else. Roa is gone for Pathfinder. Yes, it is. You don't need it anymore. I mean, that's totally fine. You basically need, like, if you want to run Herald of Blood, Herald of Plague, what's it called? Ghost Dance and Wind Dancer. If you want to run all 4 of those, then you need, like, a little bit of Spirit. I think it's, like, 15 because the new Ghost Dance gem whatever quality effect, it like reduces the cost or increases the efficiency or something, but 120 otherwise, which is like, that's not hard to get. 20-30 spirit, easy. Yeah. New cluster for Remnant Attraction, okay. Grand Tribute notable from Heart of the Well is remnants can be collected from further away if you have at least 100 tribute. Oh boy. Imagine the value. Small nodes that grant remnant pickup range, where they're really doing a lot to buff remnant pickup range. Ooh, that's rough. Increased presence area of effect instead of skills have a chance to not consume glory. That's not a nerf to the Titan build that we put together. I think that's these over here, or these over here. It's some set of points. Maybe it's these. Yeah, these. Maybe. Ultimately, whatever. That's not anything we used, but it's definitely a nerf to some existing build. Pure Power no longer grants increased lightning damage per 10 int. It now grants 10% more maximum lightning damage. I think this is an int stacker nerf. I feel like this is a pretty sizable int stacker nerf, but it's kind of like a non-int stacker buff. Because now you can spec into this for 10% more lightning damage. The one thing lightning damage needed was like even more maximum. You got 15 here, 10 here. Yeah, okay. Oh, all right. There we go. Wildstorm no longer grants to 15% more max lightning damage. It now grants 4% of damage as extra lightning, 4% as extra cold, and 10 dexterity. Okay. Hunting companion. Bunch of some changes around companion stuff. Stuff I never played with. Neither of us ever touched.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been changed. Maybe it'll be useful next league. We'll see once we have the JSON. Crescendo is now int support gems. Perpetual Charge is an int support gem. That's good. Mark for Death is a shrink support gem. Gamble Shot and Bramble Storm are also no longer dex gems. That's probably for the best. A lot of things that didn't really make as much sense being dex. Font of Rage is gone. Fine. I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did, to be honest. It was a very easy way to generate rage for, like, free, unfairly. Like, you can generate rage on, like, whatever. A bow build. World drop lineage supports are less common. Okay, so there were a lot of lineage supports that you just had, like, I wound up, like, vendoring, like, 20 of, you know, some random ones, and those will be slightly less common, I guess. Atoloy's bloodletting lineage support, 2% is damage per 20 life cost, previously 10, up to 40%, no longer has a cost multiplier. Okay, so they capped that pretty hard, and also made it harder to make it scale. Got it. Alright, so that's a pretty big nerf. Maybe that was the Blood Mage nerf then? I don't really know, I didn't really play Blood Mage, but seems like that would be what it is, so there you go. Soft Spire grants 40% of extra, or yeah, 40% as extra. Dang, that's a pretty big set of buffs there. I still don't know if that's good because of the way that they're doing scaling, like conversion scaling, not double dipping in this game. But if you're doing a bunch of an element, and then you have a thing you can throw on to get 40% extra damage of something you're not scaling, that still seems like a lot. Ulnatal's Embrace is going to be rad for the Pathfinder. So I think that's maybe what we wind up doing, depending on whether we do Herald of Bleed stuff or Herald of Blood stuff or not. Maybe that gets nerfed. I think you just throw Ulnatal's Embrace on instead of the Bleed support, and then bam, now you're doing 40% more damage while you're clearing. Damn. Yeah, maybe it's instead of Fork. Maybe. Now, the question is, how much are these going to cost? The Zofesh Toll, how much are they going to cost? And the answer is a lot. A lot. Okay, this is still bad. 5-minute Headhunter buff, but it's better. 3 echoes instead of 2. Increased area of effect. Maybe that's something. Fully breaking armor gives 5% damage increased up to 20. So it's still the same cap, but now it ramps up 2.5 times faster. I kind of like this for the warrior now. I don't think we would actually use this, but I could see using this on like Sunder, maybe. Like just throw it in there. Get a free 5, 10, 20% damage. Maybe. Alright, there's a lot of other stuff in here. Valenta's Propulsion. Slight buff on Citadel. Slight buff, Tekrod's Revenge. 20 seconds instead of 10. Okay, cool. Okay, this is the one I was worried about. Rigwald's Ferocity is 30% increased attack speed if used in weapon set 1, previously 20% more. No change to the weapon set 2. So, that means it's going to go down in cost, or price, whatever, and still be every bit as good as it was before, which is, like, awesome. 30% more damage for your primary clearing skill, and now it just costs less. Also, this is yet another nerf for, what is it called? Hollow Palm Ritualist, so kind of feeling good about not hitching our cart to that horse. Dang. Kind of want to play a bow guy at some point. With Ratha's Assault getting a big buff. 5 bolts when you dodge, 4 bolts extra, and 20% attack speed. That's pretty good. I thought this was kind of a cool support anyway. Rolling to reload your crossbow instead of reloading your crossbow to reload your crossbow. So that just makes it way cooler. And then 100% chance to load a bolt into all your skills on dealing a kill instead of 35%. Love that. Witch Hunter and all the crossbow boys are looking nice. I think you could do a Pathfinder crossbow build. Or Deadeye, I suppose. And that could be cool too. Thank you for the follow, Vestro. Yeah, I like that. Calm's Madness, 20% less damage. Don't remember what Calm's Madness does, but that still sounds great to do less damage. Yes, a ton of extra fissures in the ground and less attack speed and less damage and less AoE. Sounds awesome. It's still a utility thing, and I don't really see a purpose for it yet. The foe is tending, some totem stuff, which was With spell totems, maybe this is more useful, but maybe not. Less curse effect. Yeah. Okay. Minion stuff. Arakali's Lust, 8% more damage. With hits per poison up to 40, previously 6% up to 30. Oh my god, we are feasting. Sunset,
Yes.
we are feasting.
Yes, we are.
That is just a straight 10% damage increase for our main damaging skill. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Oh, now has limit 12 pustules, previously 8, now fires 4, previously 8, has a 100% attack speed, previously 80. This is definitely, on the one hand, this is kind of a nerf, but on the other hand, it kind of actually isn't. And the reason is, you had to time it right, or you would just literally overlap the pustules you had down. Now you can pull more up ahead of time. You can gas arrow into them when the boss spawns, and have more pop off at once, and you're able to actually like have more value and attack speed, and you can just kind of lay on toxic growth more. So you're going to get less damage per cast, but not necessarily less damage per second. Literally, you might get more damage per second out of this if you mistimed your shots or if you just were attacking too fast. So honestly, I just think this is an improvement in like quality of life. Yeah, I see nothing for Poison Burst at all. Row amount no longer increases your movement speed. Yes, they reverted it back to being the same as it was before, so it's just a straight upgrade to not use Roa as a Pathfinder. And now the only thing that's left to look at is Gas Arrow. No changes. Okay. This is good. This is really, really good. I think that is, even though that is like an on-sheet nerf, I think that is like a big playability improvement, and I actually think it's going to wind up being just straight positive. Hell yeah. Okay, Takati's Ire, poisons and rage at the same time. Don't really see a way to use that yet, but you know, that does mean a lot more damage, so maybe that's something to think about in the future. Oh, we are feasting. Eyeless Chimes were buffed big time. Dang, big time buff. So that's like a one positive change out of many nerfs to Hollow Palm. Yeah. Well, anyway. Arbiter's Ignition, Nova projectiles no longer causes supported skills to grant 4 additional projectiles or 40% less damage. So it just causes the projectiles to shoot in a Nova, and then you have to add a bunch more projectiles and Nova projectiles too. 6 additional projectiles, 50% less damage, cooldown time of 8 seconds. Okay, so this is dead. This is dead. Dead. It's dead. And yeah, I think you just use Fork instead of Nova, and that's easy. Yeah. You can get more chains, I suppose. But then you have... Actually, no, you don't get more chains. I think you get fewer chains, and you get less of a damage penalty, which means more damage. Uh-huh. But then you do get more of a damage penalty as you go up. Okay. Well, anyway... Ultimately, this is just like a Laerald and Sunset buff. They were just like, Path of Evening. We saw what you're doing and we like it. Do more.
Yeah, pretty much. And I'm okay with that.
Oh,
I'm
I
totally
am
fine
very
with
okay
that,
with
you
that.
know? Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Jonathan and Mark. You're heroes in my
Yep,
eyes.
thank you. Heroes.
Damn, man. Christmas came early. Woo, boy. Oh, yeah. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce cases in which a player successfully uses the skill but fails to hit the enemy after dashing. Thank God. Oh man, that had been driving me crazy in all the different like palm skills, so I'm glad to see that change. Frozen Mandibles no longer tameable. Fine. Bunch of Spectre changes. Fine. ice fragments are only able to hit each enemy once per group of fragments created. That feels like a preemptive hard nerf to cold damage bow stuff that could have been really interesting, and I feel like it could still be. Maybe they tune it up appropriately, but that sort of feels like they nerfed it before it, whatever, cut its legs out before it could walk. Yeah. Added wind tags to a bunch of stuff for staff, bow, or staff and monk skills, yeah. Fixed a bunch of limit stuff, that's probably for the best. Oh. Acidic concoction can no longer consume poison or trigger an acidic burst from inanimate objects like vine arrows plant. I misread the first half of that. I thought acidic concoction was good. I don't. It's not. All right. Ice tipped arrows is now a tier 5 skill gem. I thought that was going to be way higher. That's not a big deal. It does mean you can't get it in early act 1. You have to do all the way through execution or be level 14. So it's a little bit of a nerf to a thing I already wasn't super in love with, but now I'll just basically never use. Yeah. Ancestral Cry. Volcanic Eruption now deals double damage. Good. It needed to. The damage was way low. Now triggers volcanic steps every 1.2 meters traveled, previously every step. So, I see both of those questions. Dewey, our Titan build is still going to be a GG for this league. We have a few thoughts on things to add into that we'll work on, but we already have versions of that up on Mobalytics. Yeah.
Evidently, you're just gonna play that build, Daryl. I'm not playing it.
Yeah. Well,
No.
maybe. I don't think we have any ideas on Druid League start stuff, and part of that is we want to take a look at the Ascendancy, which maybe we'll get to here in the patch notes in a second. Druid Ascendancies, from what they showed, look very castery and hybrid caster wolf, wyvern-y, and I'm mostly interested in playing bear. I don't know about you. I don't know what you've caught up on, but the 3 shapeshift forms for Druid are bear, wolf, and then wyvern, which is sort of like a spellblade type of deal. But if you're just gonna play bear, it just seems like Titan is the better approach, and we kind of already do Titan mace stuff, so maybe that's the move. It's a hybrid of maces and bear. That actually sounds really fun. That might be second build plan. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, Ancestral Warrior Totem. Buffed. Arc. Nerfed. Arctic Armor. Something happened to it. Armor Breaker. Still bad. Got a big buff. Still terrible. Attrition. I don't even remember this one. Doesn't matter. Ball Lightning. Flat damage.
Other thing.
Buffed. Shock Chance. Nerfed. Various explosions, whatever. Okay, Barrier Invocation, I remember, and now it's cheaper. So it seems like a lot of these things. Oh, I do remember what attrition is. I think attrition's still so weak that who cares if it gets the cost cut in half. But maybe it's good now. Maybe I'm misremembering these stats. I'll jump back up to Ritualist just to answer that question. This change right here is amazing. 15% more damage for basically playing a Ritualist. The issue is just that Ritualist is it's an Ascendancy you play as your second or third or fourth character once you have a bunch of currency, because you basically have to equip extra pieces of gear, and it's just a multiplier on all your gear. So you can't league start it at all unless you're intentionally handicapping yourself. But with that being said, it looks really good.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be league starting a Druid. That's not really in our wheelhouse of things that we do.
Yeah.
That's there are people who are specialized in that kind of stuff. That's not really our deal.
Yeah. Especially, it is new, and so it's shiny, and so it's we know
Yeah.
it'd be great to get traffic, right? Play the new thing, make videos about it, you're gonna get traffic off of that.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, I guess it's something we could look into.
Yeah, but Pathfinder is definitely looking so juicy, and it's kind of our niche, and I think we kind of want to do that. We haven't league started Pathfinder yet, so doing it at least this league. We're looking at each other right now. We're kind of making squinty eyes at each other right now. All right, we're gonna have to talk about it. That's the concern. I don't know if Druid will be strong or not. And I know Pathfinder will be strong.
Yeah, it might be something we explore concurrently. It might be something we explore
Yeah.
in a secondary measure.
Yep.
Yeah, we gotta talk. We gotta
We
talk
got to
about
talk
it.
about it.
We haven't had a chance to process the announcement privately,
Yep,
you know,
that's true.
business side wise. So
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at a few more things here. Comet. Comet got buffed. Great. People are going to be back to triggering tons and tons and tons of comets on monks, and that's cool. Detonating arrow is like a barely used skill that was just added. It's buffed slightly, but it's bad. Oh yeah, Poison Pathfinder is very League Start viable. It felt great in League Start practice so far.
so easy to play
It's
too. Like it's such an
so easy.
easy. It's literally like you could be watching stuff and also leveling. Like especially if you know like let's say this is not your first time through the campaign, you can be watching a show on your right monitor and playing Pathfinder on the left one.
Yeah. And it's just getting buffed. It is just straight up getting buffed.
Exactly.
And there are enough changes that I do think there's a lot of we're gonna have to talk about it, but like there's a lot of stuff to like sink our teeth into in terms of optimization in the coming league for it. And for Titan and for Druid. Like those are all three things that we're like kind of juggling. But those are definitely the three things we're juggling. I don't think we're juggling anything related to like Witcher Sorceress or Mercenary or Monk. I think we're kind of off on those, and then it's the other three that we're kind of juggling around. Titan build is still going to be strong as hell. Okay, continuing. Elemental Conflux is down. So they're cutting the cost of reservations on a lot of like trigger related stuff, which is good. It's good. They're also buffing energy gain for some like invocations, which I never really liked the way that invocations play. I want trigger stuff to just automatically trigger rather than having to charge it up and then press a button, but a lot of people like
I
that.
don't like that.
So
Nope, don't like that.
yeah.
Not in that camp.
No, not either of us. Explosive Spear now has a limit of 1 large spear every 8 gem levels, so 2 or 3 with some plus gem levels. Still don't love it. Still never liked it. Escape Shot, radius is larger. Ice Fragments do less damage. It does less damage. I already didn't think Escape Shot did damage, really, so it's interesting to see it do less.
Now with less.
Yeah, for real.
Alright.
Fangs of Frost, that got a big bump. Less freeze buildup, though. And it's based, it's still like a reactive attack skill.
Oh, I'm AFK, but I've been told is it optimal? I don't know. Time will tell.
Yeah. Flame Blast cooldown time is 10 seconds instead of 15. Yeehaw. We ride. I mean, that's still so long in clearing. It's still just a bossing or big elite nuking skill. Fragmentation rounds are fun. Pierce 2 targets at gym level 1, up to 5 at gym level 24, previously 2 at all gym levels. Okay, and proj speed increased by 50%. I mean, frag rounds and whatever the lightning version of it is, they're fun, but you're shooting like one bullet and then you reload, and you have to do like janky stuff to make it not be like one shot reload. Don't totally love it.
Yeah.
Freezing Mark no longer causes an explosion. I saw this coming, that they were just going to nerf all the exploding marks. Instead, it gives you a buff that grants extra damage as cold for a duration or until you mark another target. This seems like a good buff for the wolf druid. Freezing Mark, use the wolf thing to immediately consume it, then chop 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 with your like wolf bite skills or whatever. Get a bunch of extra damage as cold.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Frostbolt, whatever. Frost Wall, Frozen Locust. Gathering Storm, perfect timing window, increased. Yeah, whatever. I saw somebody using a build with Gathering Storm like a couple leagues ago on like Reddit, and I thought it was pretty funny, but I didn't think it was like good. Ghost Dance obviously got nerfed super hard, totally fine. Like it has 3 stacks as the max and 3 seconds as the, or 6 seconds as the like minimum cooldown. I think you probably still run it for like any sort of evasion ES hybrid, because they didn't actually reduce the amount that it restores. So if you're actually using evasion, a fair amount of it, you'll get hit, recover some ES, dodge for a while, get hit, recover some ES, and repeat. So it's still like good against bossing and stuff, but you can't like literally AFK deliriums like Connor was doing last league, which is for the best. Glacial Cascade converts more damage, does more Fizz converted to cold. Maybe that's like useful for some damage early. I don't really think so. Glacial Lance, a skill I wanted to use and just felt really didn't feel good. Still works the same way, just has some more damage, so I still think that's bad. Herald of Thunder obviously nerfed, but not by a ton. Skip along to stuff that we know better. Ice Shot. Cone angle increased by approximately 50%. So Ice Shot is going to hit like a lot more stuff. It's going to be like a better clearing skill. That's cool. Incendiary Shot is going to do like way more ignite damage, which ignite, as they talked about, is still really weak. So I don't know that that really does anything. I don't know. Hey, okay. Lightning Arrow no longer bypasses the charge up time on Lightning Rod's burst. Instead, the burst caused by Lightning Arrow can occur once every 0.1 seconds. Projectile damage converts 80% to lightning. Oh boy. Alrighty, Lightning Conduit. Whatever, Lightning Rod, cap on him is 10. I mean, for us, that doesn't really matter. Obviously, this is a nerf for Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod, which is cool. That's good for Poison Pathfinder to not really care as much about Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod. Living Bomb, isn't that still coming from a staff, or I don't remember? A lot of this is kind of whatever. Perfect Strike getting a very small buff back up. You know, it's like basically like +2 gym levels or +3 gym levels or something is what it's actually getting, which who cares? That's just means it's still going to be useful in the campaign for like 30 minutes and then you throw it away. Row amount. We talked about this already, but no longer increasing your move speed is great. Yeah. Like, that means it's no longer mandatory. This is just a straight Pathfinder buff again. Snipe. Whatever. You know, it does some extra damage, I guess. But, like, yeah. This is just, like, a comboing with freezes. So maybe that's, like, a buff for cold arrow builds. But it didn't really seem like there were a ton of huge other buffs for cold arrow builds. So I don't know about that. Spark got what? Cold Spark got some buffs? Okay. Looks like Spark got some buffs. Spiral Volley. People are going to try and make that work again. Spiral Volley got a small buff. 20%, 15%. Actually, not that small. I think it's like, yeah, 15. That's not that bad. Stormcaller Arrow. Okay, this is one of the things that we started using late into the league with the Pathfinder build, just to get like built-in shocks on enemies. or not built in, but you know what I mean, like big 100% shocks, and like very easily. And now it's going to convert more fizz into lightning damage, which helps with that. Bolt now shocks as though dealing 50% more damage. Bolt converts 100% of fizz to lightning, previously 80. What was it doing before? Shocking as though doing nothing, as doing no extra damage. So this is just way, way bad. I mean, they literally couldn't have buffed the build that we were trying to make any harder than they currently are. Okay. All right, we already talked about some of these things. I'll just hit on a few things. Sunder is more usable. That's a big Titan buff. Supercharged Slam still kind of sucks. Tempest Spell, still not great. Thunder Sleep, whatever. Toxic Domain. Okay, this is something we played around with, and it was just awful. Still feels not great. Maybe it'll be good, but the right up there doesn't seem like it indicates that it is. Toxic Growth we talked about. This is actually going to be, like, I think, a pretty significant improvement to usability, even if it, like, looks like it'll be a sheet DPS loss in POB. Vine Arrow gaining +1 limit of plants at gym levels 12 and 19 is like, I still don't think Vine Arrow is great, but maybe you could make that more usable. But I think the opposite. I think you don't really wind up using it, but maybe you use it some in the campaign just to see. Voltaic Mark no longer makes the target susceptible to shock or causes an explosion. Instead, makes them more susceptible to being electrocuted. And okay, so what this does is it just makes it so that you just don't bother with Voltaic Mark anymore at all. That's just completely out of the build. Yeah. That's kind of unfortunate, but not really. That's fine. So we just cut that out. That's just one fewer keybind in the ramp up on a boss, and then you still get like 100% shock. Or 90% shock, maybe, without the Voltaic Mark. That's fine. Okay. All right. Well, that's all the skill changes. Now we can take a just quick run through the unique item changes. Mahaxottle's Machination. Much wider range. That's fun. That's very, like, yeah, it's very Vaal coded, so that works. A lot of these are kind of just whatever. Asylum and Perfidy having way more armor on them. It's not going to make them good. Melting Maelstrom, deal 100% of mana dealt. Or mana dealt as chaos damage. Still don't think that's great, but, like, you can pick one up for cheap. Then it's, like, kind of free real estate. There's a lot of, like, ticky-tack little buffs here, you know, like Zoph's Blood just now is 25% minus fire res for enemies and 100% for you. Like, that's nice. Pandemonious, Inquirer, both better, obviously. Controlled Metamorphosis, no longer having the chaos res penalty, is great. Svalin got a huge buff, like a huge one, actually. That's huge. Being able to, like, potentially get it all the way down to no extra damage taken from blocked hits. Olroth's Resolve, now lasting 20 seconds, is surprisingly good. I'm loving that they buffed the stuff off of Olroth. That's good. Alright. You know, a bunch of other stuff in here. Defiance of Destiny, getting a very nice buff as well. That's really cool. I got a Wrathpith Globe very early on last league and sold that for like a mountain of orbs, if I remember correctly. So I've got a special love for that, even though I don't really use it. Okay, the only unique in here that I was like, let's take a look and see if it's even in here is Sliver Tongue, because that would be like the only one that either of our builds would use, and I don't see that in here. So that's fine. Not the end of the world. It could be buffed. You know, it could just be something that gets buffed later. Rune sockets are now called augment sockets. Augment socket items are called augments now. Talismans are called idols.
All right, we're just out here renaming stuff.
I mean, really, you
Right?
said what I'm thinking. It's just like, okay, this is called this. Left is called right.
Yeah,
Jeeps are
we're
called
just
Wranglers.
out here renaming things.
Yep.
No big deal.
Yeah,
Just
Broncos are now called Jeeps. It's like, all right,
that's
okay,
right.
cool.
Yep.
I agree,
Yep.
Azor. I agree. So they're capping all of these runes to 1, or idols, or oh god, whatever they're called. Augments and idols and runes are all now going to be like limited to 1, which is okay. I think the only thing in our build that we had you running 2 of ever was the gloves one, which is called, you know, something. And there's another good gloves option. There's one that gives like flat fizz damage, or I think maybe one for flat gas. Just run that instead. Great. Super easy. So this is good. Surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. I don't really know what that means. I think that it is like a ramping chance, I think is what surpassing chance means. But bow attacks fire dex additional arrows on bows has been disabled. It's gone. Now it's a, I guess, ramping chance to fire an additional arrow, or maybe surpassing chance means like it goes over 100%, so you can go up to like 200%, and now it counts as 3 arrows. That's what it is. I definitely agree with that sentiment. This definitely obsoletes video guides by renaming everything. I love it. No, it's okay. It's work. So that's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I think that's what this is. So instead of there being one extra arrow or 2 extra arrows, and those are the only mods, now you have 50% chance of an extra arrow, 100% chance, 1 extra arrow, and then a 50% chance of a I guess third. Yeah, okay. Kind of like this, because this means that with the tree, depending on how much you get out of the tree, you can maybe get like 4 extra arrows. My god. I wonder if this applies to toxic growth, if you're able to get like 8 pods out of this by having like 3 or 4 extra arrows. Something we'll have to test. Foci can no longer roll the top 2, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I will say this, just to contribute to our discussion of Druid, since I know you weren't watching the stream at first, and you probably haven't caught up to the Ziggy D Q&A.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I was raid testing.
Okay, not to yuck anybody's yum, it looked insanely weak in their demo.
Oh,
and that was the feedback that I've been seeing everywhere is, damn, this shit looks weak as hell. So, there might be some negative hype going for Druid. Now, I think mechanically, I think it looks fun. I think they just kind of, whatever, they'll get the tuning right, you know?
No.
But it didn't look strong. Whereas Pathfinder looks broken. So,
okay,
there is that.
I mean, my
That is
feedback
weighing
on
into
that
everything
is
else, too.
basically just like, well, if there's an initial really horrible negative wave,
Oh, they will buff the
maybe
hell
there'll
out of
be,
it. Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
going to be some changes in the meantime. And also, like, it would be a real bad showing to be like, here's Druid. It sucks.
It sucks, by the way. Yeah.
Hey, we made this. It's really bad.
It's terrible.
Like,
we made
okay.
this. It's not any good.
Yeah. So don't play it or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, oh, alrighty.
Yeah. Also, a thing that's just nice for all of the attackers, so all the builds that we are considering, is that they've made the like damage progression of weapon to weapon to weapon smoother. So it's like way easier to not have, or let me figure out the right way to say this. You're not going to have this period of things happening, which literally happened in both of the 2 leveling practice runs that we did on stream over the last week, where I'm 20 levels older than my weapon and I still can't find an upgrade. That's not going to happen anymore. That happened 2 times in a row. So that's not going to happen. Not going to be killing like a level 30 boss with a level 11 weapon anymore. Thank God. This might actually make spear leveling like quite a lot more enjoyable too. So I'm also worried about the comboing with Druid. Like, I don't know how great it's going to be if you're trying to do spell casting and shifting between bear and wolf. That feels like too much going on. I think if you're just doing bear and spell, or bear and mace, and no spells at all, I think that could be pretty dope. but we'll see. All right, they're changing some stuff for caster plus spell gem levels. Okay, +3 level of attack skills on melee weapons and bows, down from +4, +5 on two-handed melee weapons and crossbows. That's actually a totally fair nerf. That's totally good. It does mean that the best way to craft up a really strong weapon is no longer to use essences, but you could still make, or I should say this right. The way to craft up a really good weapon is still essences. The way to craft up a best in slot weapon is not essences. I think that's good. I think it makes the good weapons good, cheaper, and truly amazing more expensive. I think that's okay. Yes, that's right, Kroll. Abyss is going to go into the Atlas tree. It's going to appear in Act 2. It's going to be looking like it's really easy to unlock the Atlas passive tree for it. And it looks like it's going to be really good. One of the bonuses for Abyss is that it'll make it spawn like more essences and more rogue exiles near it, and they'll have more chance to like drop cool stuff or whatever. So like that was very nice. And then a lot of the other stuff is just like they spawn more guys. Also, indirect buff to abysses that is like super important, that was in the patch notes and in the stream, and they talked about it a bunch right at the end of the Ziggy D Q&A, is massively improving the performance of the game to make it not like be a nuclear bomb inside of your computer or, God forbid, your console. You know, it's gonna be way better on CPU performance. Yeah. They said they're getting like 25% increased FPS, if not more. I think that's huge. So with Abyss having been like basically just a flamethrower inside of my computer, that's an Abyss buff then too. If the game plays better, you can actually like play on Abyss overrun maps. That would be pretty good. Yes, they got rid of all of the deterministic crafting on maps. I should say all of the extra bonus map crafting stuff is gone. All of the deterministic crafting from Abyss for gear still in the game. So just like huge quality of life there. Also, they're buffing tablets, which I'll get to that in a second here, but like they're buffing tablets where you can like take them up to 4 mods instead of just 2. I like that. All right, essences almost done here. Okay, Corsair Coat is just another move speed increase, evasion body armor, which I love. I think that's more fun than reduced move speed penalty, so that's good. Also, another Pathfinder buff. Pathfinder, getting buffed like crazy. Farrell's Rune of Grace. All right, cool. Don't know why that wound up down here instead of up here with the idols and the, whatever they're called, augmentations. Okay, I don't really see anything else in here that's like super important, so we can jump along to in-game changes. Arbiter of Ash no longer drops a rare corrupted tablet, so that would be pretty boring, so yeah. All tablet mods that would roll on a generic tablet can now roll on all tablet base types. That's good. That means interesting. So they've killed quantity of items found in a map, which is, I'm okay with that. Maybe it wasn't here. It was somewhere. Oh, I think they literally changed it since I was first looking at this, because this was on one of the tablets earlier, and now it's not. All right, great. Okay, so quantity is no longer on tablets. Done. So it's, like, easier to, I guess, whatever. Tablets are, like, there's more variety of tablet crafting, I guess. You can do rarity or rare monsters or pack size or whatever, instead of just quantity seeking, which already kind of got nerfed in 031. Delirium encounter stuff is also gone because Delirium, anointing Delirium no longer exists. It's now just Delirium mirrors, which I'm okay with. Yeah. This one, map has 1 to 2 additional random modifiers is back in. That's really strong. Unique monsters have an additional rare mod. That's pretty good. And then there have been a lot of things that have been buffed. So rarities buff, pack size, magic monsters, rare monsters, golden XP, rare chests. There's a lot of garbage that's been buffed, but there's been a lot of really good stuff too. Rarity and pack size and rare monsters are big. All right. So a lot of stuff here. I'm just gonna say like, yep, that's a lot of stuff, and it all got buffed. Cool. Yeah. Okay, so increased chance to be omens, that's good. Buffs to drops from map bosses. So quantity of items from map bosses is still up. Monster effectiveness. I actually don't know. Oh, I see. Effectiveness is life XP and quantity. So what they're doing is instead of giving like 40% pack size into maps as you go from like tier 1 to tier 16, now it's going to be like 40% more juiciness on the monsters, and then they drop more stuff. So they are giving quantity to monsters as you increase in map tier, so there's more of a reason to do the highest possible tier maps that you can clear. Hey, thank you very much for the Prime sub, Stuffed Pink Owl. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, good change here. Greed Shrines, gone, dead, needed to be. Okay, Breach monsters no longer have Soul Eater. Maybe they're killing Soul Eater. Onslaught and Rare Breach monsters have increased effectiveness. Effectiveness being a thing that increases the quantity of stuff monsters drop is good. Wastestones are... This is gone. No longer Wastestones higher. Instead, they can drop Rare and Corrupted. Oh, pre-rolled for you. I love that. All right.
Yay, less work.
Yeah, seriously. Less setup for mapping is actually great. I like that a lot. That's actually, like, way better. Alright. A lot of Delirium stuff has been reworked. Magic monsters have a chance for an extra modifier and increased rarity of items. Okay, this is a reason to want to run Magic monster tablets and bonuses in the tree. If they scale with Delirium and you're doing Delirium mirror farming, this could be really, like, pretty juicy, actually. Currency that drops from Delirium monsters is stolen by the map boss. Each stolen currency has a 20% chance to be duplicated upon defeating the boss. I love this. So it's not doing the thing where it makes the boss super, super, super tanky like pilfering, but it is basically 20% more currency in your maps if you can quickly full clear the map and then kill the boss. So you don't want to just boss rush. You do want to full clear. I like that a lot. Wow. I mean, hold on. That is like our version of our like number one strategy from
Yeah.
that's like our version of our number one strategy from PoE1. So I think it was the last video we did about PoE1 this league. So like that is we're eating good. I mean
sign me up.
I mean literally everything that we could have wanted and thought about has like and even not thought about has been like added in for us. So this is like this
love letter
this
to
is
Passive
a
Evening.
Genuine love letter to us, and it is like Christmas. Come early. Wow. All right. Rare monsters always bring up demons. Quantity of stuff drop from them. All right, that's really
I'm
good
just
too.
flattered that they know who we are. That's
For real.
That's enough for me.
For real. Yeah. Then they improved the visuals of Delirium Fog, which that was the thing everybody was asking for, and they did it. They showed some video of it. I'm going to pull it up right now, but it looks way better. Also, no more reward bar indicator. That's just done. Instead, monsters just can drop emotions, and then you can get high-tier emotions out of doing the bosses. So again, Delirium mirror farming the way that we love in PoE1 is like online in PoE2, and that's pretty much that. Love that. All right, idols are no longer required for the Vault maps. That's good. Vault of Kamasa is no longer affected by party bonuses. I didn't know that was a thing, but now it makes me regret not getting temporary friends. Objective icon for activating all checkpoints. Oh yes, they talked about this in the Ziggy D interview. They said, yeah, I agree with that. I think Delirium and Abyss tablets are locked in. And then I think whatever you do after that, whatever, boss tablet, boring S irradiated tablet, either of those are also fine. Ritual, whatever it is you want to do. Yeah, remove these from the legend. Okay, that's fine. So what they said is if you find all the checkpoints in a map, and complete the map, apparently. Then all map content mini-map icons are revealed, which means strong boxes, shrines, expedition, whatever, and also all the rares. So you do have to, like, fully hit all the checkpoints and kill the boss, apparently, which they didn't say that in the Ziggy... Well, I didn't hear him say that in the Ziggy D Q&A. I have a feeling that people are going to push back on this, and I already am, like, predicting the way that they're going to is they're going to say, just make it so that when I kill the boss, everything shows. I agree. Put me at the front of that charge. I think that it should be enough, you know? Just kill the boss, and then you're good. Hey, thank you very much for the Prime sub, Vicestro. We appreciate it. That's right. Pizza and soda.
Sorry, I was eating
Hell yeah.
banana. Thank you.
You're eating banana?
I
love
was.
banana. I'll be eating banana before too long. Alright. We have some monster changes. Okay. This is what they already have in PoE 1. Bosses have an anti-burst damage mechanic. Basically, when you load up a bunch of damage and then the boss spawns, it doesn't take 100% damage at this start. Yeah, well, maybe I'll take a picture of banana and make a banana emote soon. Yeah. Okay, so bosses, basically, they get like a little bit of damage, or a lot of damage reduction, actually, when they first spawn, and then that falls off over time. This is just a way to prevent people from, like, they don't even have mines in the game yet, but basically loading up a bajillion mines and, like, nuking the boss in the first 5 seconds of it being up. That's fine. They're making the fungus easier to see. Those guys suck. So I'm glad that that's getting nerfed. Rogue exile behavior is better. Okay, that's nice and generic, but that's fine. You can get more, like, runes in the campaign. Not a ton, no, so that's fine. What is this? 2 weapon skill points. Okay. So you get 2 weapon skill points from a different point in Act 4. And you don't have to walk out of Ulros Arena after you kill him to throw a town portal down. Thank goodness. Also, this right here, Kosis, will no longer hit you 9 times with his point-blank ranged attack. Love that.
Yeah, big fan.
Dear God, that sucks so much. So many times where you're like, I'm completely unkillable, nothing in this game can kill me anymore, and then Kosis hits you 9 times with 1 swing. And it's like, well...
Never mind.
Yeah, nothing except that. Ugh. Alright, good. Yeah, no, nothing happening with Wisps, nothing really happening with Exiles that I can tell. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. UI changes, you know, nothing super important here, I think. No, I don't see anything super important as far as I can tell. Some microtransactions, some bug fixes. All right, let's just double check and make sure. Maybe this is why they nerfed Wind Dancer's damage, is it wasn't scaling with damage mods correctly, and so maybe it actually is just like a non-change. Either way. I don't really see anything super important in here. Blasphemy. Ancestrally boosted slam effects not showing up when MTX are applied. Okay, that's not great that was happening. It's good if that's fixed. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, Nirvani. I would like Exiles to feel like they are a worthwhile mechanic, considering they have so much space dedicated to them on the tree, but they don't yet. All right, so that's the full patch notes. It looks good. It looks like they really cooked. They really cooked up something that we like. This in particular, this being able to corrupt the tablets and get like some big bonuses on there. I don't know if you'll be able to get 6 mods. That would maybe be too crazy, but well, hold on. 1, 2, 3. That is 5 mods. So maybe you can get 6 mods with the Ancient Infuser. All right, cool. We didn't even really talk about this new League mechanic. It looks so good. It looks like a combination of like Incursion and Sentinel and I don't know, some other stuff as well. And then just the idea of like the double corrupting being like a totally separate from mechanic from the way it works in PoE1. It seems so much better of a mechanic. Yeah, synthesis and incursion and I don't know, something else. Betrayal, I guess, is really what it is, because you have kind of like a lot of betrayal underground areas. And then this thing of being able to like corrupt unique items and have some of their mods randomly convert into something else. That's so cool. That Vaalborn uniques from the current PoE1 league. Yeah, they're Vaalborn now. That's really cool. I mean, look, this is a time for being like super happy ultimately for us. Like, Druid is interesting looking. I'm surprised, maybe a little disappointed actually, that like we don't know anything about the Druid Ascendancies yet. We will once they drop the JSON, probably like early next week, I'm guessing. But like everything that we like and play got buffed hard, and everything that competed with it, Deadeye got nerfed, and everything that was kind of annoying or dumb or whatever got nerfed. So this is just Christmas for us. Everything we like is good or better than it was, and it was already good. Thank you for the follow, Brandon. And everything we were like, whatever. This kind of was yucking our yum a little bit. Mostly Lightning Arrow Deadeye just got nerfed. So I'm pretty happy with this. The shapeshifting is cool. Alrighty. Yeah. So, like, this is looking pretty good. The unique talisman that they showed off for the bear, which I don't see that here on this tree. On this anywhere. They had showed off a bear talisman somewhere in the video that looked pretty awesome. I think it was giving like rage generation and glory generation. Let's just pull this up. Here we go. Oh, this is this is not what it was. There we go. It's the last of the Druids.
Hi,
Content reveal.
I'm Jonathan Rogers.
Hi, Jonathan. And we're moving on to scrub through the timeline. I think we found it right there. Boom. Fury the King. Fire Bear. So it adds a ton of flat fire damage, reduced attack speed, strength, bear skills convert damage, enemies have exposure, skills gain 5 glory every 2 seconds. This could maybe be interesting as a way to do as like a type of Titan build where you're building specifically for fire. Oh, thank you by the way, Pablo, for the resub, the 3-month resub. We do appreciate that.
Yeah, and
Wanted to
if you
shout
are
you
a
out.
subscriber or a channel member, we do have a special role in our Discord for you.
That is true.
Special roles in our Discord for you.
Yes.
Just make sure your Twitch or your YouTube is connected to your Discord. It doesn't have to be displaying on your profile, but it does need to be integrated with Discord.
Yeah.
Because it gives the roles automatically.
Yeah.
You know,
and that is
magic.
the mechanism we use for it. Yeah, is that. So it's like totally automated.
Yeah.
All right, so the reduced attack speed on this is the only thing that I look at and I go, I don't know about that. The rest of this seems like pretty good. A straight fire bear. It also looks like it has a pretty cool like visual component to it. And then the idea of that's a wyvern. Okay. Damn, that's really cool looking. That looks very Diablo-like. Yeah, that Molten Crash skill is pretty interesting, too. I don't know. This could wind up being absolutely nothing, right? Like, this could be super undertuned, since it is, like, a unique weapon with a reduced attack speed on it. But the idea of being able to use this and combine it with like Titan and maces and stuff could be pretty good. I don't know. I just see like a lot of questionable stuff with the way that Druid is currently constructed, where it could wind up being very slow and being very much like Warrior, where it's fun and strong during the campaign, and then as soon as you get to endgame, you're like basically walking around auto-attacking, and bow builds are like clearing whole screens. Especially with Pathfinder, just straight up no longer needing Roa at all. Like, Roa's just gone for Pathfinder. Like, you just have permanent sprint, no stun, double damage with poison, for 2 points. And then you just get tankier also. Like, one way or another, you just get way tankier on a Pathfinder. It's awfully hard to say no to that. I just don't see how we could. So, I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll think about it and kind of take the temperature of what everybody else is thinking, but I feel very glad that we, like, kind of got in on Pathfinder last league when it was still, like, under the radar. Very strong, but under the radar. And now with it no longer being under the radar, being, like, very much above the radar and very, very, very strong and in vogue, it does sort of seem like we got real lucky. Kind of got it on the ground floor on something. I mean, the thing with the Scion point is, even if you take it, the one that lets you allocate from, like, Warrior or Sork start, like, okay, if you take it, you then have to spend points to come out and take something like Pure Energy or Raw Power or whatever. Like, you're having to build out from the start, which doesn't seem super great for the way that we're setting up our Poison build, but it just opens up insane build potential, right? Like, you could do a Warrior build as a Pathfinder, essentially. You could drop all of your points here and build into Warrior stuff, or even build into Druid stuff as a Pathfinder. Don't think that's optimal, and you'd have to level as something completely different up until the point where you could take that. So, like, all the way through the first Ascendancy, you'd have to level as a Pathfinder or Ranger. But yeah, it's like a second or third build of a league, being able to just basically play like a Warrior or a Sorceress with, like, sprint, no stun, and total slow immunity, and all of that could be interesting. But you are then playing a build that has, like, not no damage, because you can take Traveler's Wisdom and take a bunch of increased damage points instead of stats. But yeah, it's going to be a challenge to figure that out. Hey Pablo. Basically the big nerfs are mostly to Deadeye. Really more to Tailwind, but I'll just kind of hit on a couple of those. Tailwind is 1% move speed, 2% skill speed, 10% evasion rating, 1% of damage reduction from deflected hits, and you lose it whenever you're hit. So if you don't deflect, then it doesn't give any DR. Wind Ward is gone. That's not too bad, but then Lightning Arrow and Lightning Rod don't really work as well together anymore. Lightning Arrow no longer bypasses the charge up time on Lightning Rod's burst, and Lightning Rod is now capped at 10. So, nothing is dead. I don't think anything got super hard nerfed, but Pathfinder got big buffs. Like Toxic Growth, I know this is something people are going to point at and go like, that's a POB damage nerf, and it is. The thing is that previously you had to, like, slow cast Toxic Growth, or you would overcap, and you would have casts that are literally doing no damage. So I actually think this is not a DPS loss, even though it kind of might look, it's a damage per attack use loss, but not DPS. It's way, way safer and easier to use now. And then none of the other Poison Pathfinder skills got affected at all, except for, I guess, Roa is kind of not worth using anymore. No longer increases move speed. It's back to the way it was before, 80% or 100% reduced move speed penalty while mounted on range skills, which is whatever. Where's that Pathfinder? But then, like, Pathfinder pretty much just got straight buffed. It's either, like, tankier now or more mobile. The fact that you're no longer heavy stunned while sprinting, if you take Running Assault, is like head explode emoji. How good that is. Also, now that we've gotten a look at everything, I can finally do the final, like, bingo board run through. Okay, X. We're going to hit check marks on the Deadeye nerfs and the lightning damage nerfs. And also on Ghost Dance nerfed.
Yep.
And gift cards is a no. Okay. Expedition loot buffs is kind of a questionable one because Expedition itself didn't get buffed, but Olroth got buffed the hell out of. So I think we're gonna call that we're gonna call it a red X. I'm not gonna cheat. All right, we're gonna call that a red X. That's gonna be a no. Skill gem levels nerfed hard. It wasn't nerfed hard. It was nerfed, but not hard. Atlas tree expanded. Nope. Armor buff. Nope. Warrior mace buffs. Sorta. No. But also no. Leveling weapons were buffed though. It's way easier to like continue to upgrade your weapon as you're progressing through the campaign. Div cards, no. Map mod effect, untouched. Map boss is not nerfed, surprisingly. Bleed, not buffed, surprisingly. Secondary content buffed? No, not really. Still bad though, so that sort of checks out. And then finally, Chilled Ground untouched, Pathfinder stonks. So we are 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow, I mean, I really I overestimated on some of these 4 Druid shapeshifts, 3 ascendancies. Kind of knew that wasn't gonna happen, but oh, you know what? Good point. Shrines were buffed. We're gonna call that a check. So less than 50% on the bingo board. I was definitely reaching on some of these. That's okay. Actually, you know what? Bleed got a buff too. So boom, there we go. Yeah, a couple of questionable things in here. Ultimately, I feel good about this patch, though. Like, I know people wanted a bigger in-game rework, but, like, I think it's looking pretty solid. And our favorite couple of builds are looking gangbusters.
True.
So, yeah, we'll have to see what they say about, like, Druid damage, because we don't know anything about it yet, right? Or we don't know anything about the Ascendancies. That's the other thing. Is even if we were going to play Druid stuff, I don't know that the Ascendancies are going to be good. This is definitely a foundation patch. That is no question. But, like, look at this. The damage on Wing Blast is 103. That's basically just, like, a basic attack. That's not great. Oil Barrage, 300% attack speed, 146 base damage. You have to, like, power it with stuff. Let's take a look at Furious Slam. 70% attack speed, 70% damage, and more stun buildup. But, like, yeah, actually that damage, 110 attack damage if you're enraged for Furious Slam. That's a level 1 skill, but let's just compare. Like, level 1 Rolling Slam, by comparison, is 90 and 180 for the 2 hits. Okay, and Bear Slam is 70 and 110. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I actually think Bear Druid skills do not look great damage-wise. But stuff like Ferocious Roar looks awesome. Being able to get like multiple battle shouts or whatever war cries at once is good. Yeah, some of these things like Walking Calamity, some of the like big cooldown stuff could be really useful as Titan. So I think there's real potential, but I don't know if it's a front runner or not. Again, we'll see what they do over the coming weekend.
Yeah.
What they release, and like the Ascendancies could change everything, or I mean the stuff in the top left half of the tree could also change everything. If there's gigantic bear form buffs up here in place of some of these nodes, then that totally changes the game. Yeah, I mean, look, Chilled Ground can be countered, but you have to come all the way down here. And then you do have to, like, actually have blue support gems and stuff. It takes a lot. Pathfinder beats that, and Temp Chains, and all the other slows in the game. And then also, you get the reduced move speed penalty, and now you can sprint to your heart's content. My god. Yeah, this is the biggest Pathfinder buff since I've been playing and thinking about Pathfinder in either game. This is the biggest set of Pathfinder buffs that's ever happened. All right, well, thanks everybody for hanging out. This is a very fun stream. This is a great looking patch. Yeah, we're gonna work on our recap of it and get that up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks everybody. Thanks everybody who
Lots of work
subscribed.
ahead.
Yep, lots of work ahead. Very exciting time. Yep. All right, catch
And
everybody later.
We'll see you guys in Discord in the meantime.
That's right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.